Hello, hi. I know I'm late. It's okay. That's normal. How you doing? Now I wait for YouTube to sync. You know, I can probably fix the lag now that I think about it. I haven't thought about it. But that's something that could actually happen now. I can also increase the bitrate. Give me equality. Hello. Hello. Hi. Wait, hold on. I can't see you guys. Hello. Hello. Hi. Wow, that was an echo back on me. I said hi to me. I don't want to say hi to me. I don't deserve to be said hi to. How's it going, guys? I checked the mic before we started. I know it's so rare. It's so rare. Why did I stop ZZZ lore? That's a certain way to start a Genshin stream. I stopped doing ZZZ lore because I wasn't having fun with the game anymore. That's the short answer. And that's the only answer you're getting today. I've answered this question so many times. I'm not going to answer it again. Yeah, so are you guys excited to participate in the moon landing? I'm excited. Spoilers for the teaser, you're so nervous for Paimon. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I almost wonder if that's going to be a fake out. There's a few possibilities for the Paimon thing. I don't know. You guys want to start there? Because like there's a lot. I mean, they're giving us more Nartzenkreuz stuff. They're giving us permanent Nartzenkreuz stuff. They're giving us the moon stuff, obviously, and then they give us a Snezhnaya preview teaser. So we've got like 3 primary categories of stuff to cover, which will be interesting. I don't know why I grabbed my headphones when I'm gonna have this muted most of the time, but what Paimon thing? Let's start with this thing. In that case, hold on, let me. Paimon. Oh, it is on 1080. I want captions. Oh, I could have the audio on though. Hold on. We can have the audio on for this part so you guys can just see it. Paimon. War is coming. So that's the Paimon thing. That's literally it. That's all we have for Paimon. That's it. I think I turned them off. Yeah, I did. That was my bad. So, I mean, like, obviously, Paimon's sitting, which is weird and rare and unusual, which is a synonym for rare, so I'll say it again. That's strange and bizarre. But, actually, have we ever seen her sit? Sorry, I was just trying to think, have we actually ever seen her sit? Because I think whenever she's, like, near it, we've seen her lay down. We have seen her lay down. We've seen her sleep. Oh, in the pool. Yeah, okay. This is still a pretty rare event. And so, like, the way I see it, there are 3 possibilities here. I think. I guess my theory about gun ether being alt timeline ether ended up being wrong. Listen, this is more cope than anything else because I don't like the prospect of a shooter. I don't play shooters. I don't like them. My personal preference. I'm gonna cope until I can't cope no mope, and I can't cope no mope anymore because they just said, "Hey, this is gonna be like a separate game mode thing." We'll talk about it in a minute. Yeah, so there's like 3 possibilities here. The first is that Paimon, like you said, doesn't like the cold. The second is, well, doesn't like the cold and or something else that's going on in Snezhnaya. The second is that Paimon could be susceptible to some sort of prophecy or like dream sequence or something. I feel like that's a possibility. Just because like Paimon's been having a lot of what do we call it? A crisis of identity, some anxiety about uselessness. Like she's been doing some introspection, you know. So like I wouldn't put that past her. But the third thing is that, like, something is, like, legitimately wrong with Paimon. Yeah, I mean, it could be bait. She could just be tired. She could just be really tired. Here's the thing that I was thinking about. We talked about this a little bit last time. With Shnaya, potentially being. Can you hear him drinking? You were the loudest drinker in the world, Lily. And there he goes. He has to drink a half a gallon before we're done. Hold on. It might not be that loud for you, but it is very loud for me. You don't think it's bait? Traveler says, gotta find Paimon. Okay, listen. Just to get rid of the gun things, I don't want to talk about it because I don't like it. And I'm allowed to not talk about things I don't like. So here's the thing. When we get to this gun section, like, he's basically falling into a computer simulation, right? Like, he's put on a VR headset, he's falling into a computer simulation, and now he's playing basically a video game. That's kind of how I see that. So when we say gotta find Paimon, I'm looking at this as like, we're going to a recon point. We're going to be finding Paimon to complete the level, right? I don't think that's actually going to have anything to do with like a plot point here. I don't think that line is relevant to whatever's going on with Paimon. Now, I could be wrong. They like to mix up the lines and give you a lot of false stuff. But yeah. I just think that, like, this is going to be some sort of like alternate game mode style thing that may or may not have some plot relevance. But I really think that the whole finding Paimon thing is specifically gotta get back to Paimon, not gotta find Paimon. And so, like, to me, in this scenario, Paimon is like, what do you call it? What's the person that sits behind the desk with like the person who's the eyes in the sky, right? She's the guide. She's the guide, you guys. You get back to Paimon, you complete your mission. I don't know. Anyway, that's like my whole thing. Operator, if that works. I'll take operator. So the shooter could be like TCG? Yeah, maybe. Mission control, proxy. Yeah, all of those are good. Renova. I sure hope it's not Renova. Yeah, so, like, that's kind of my take on the gun thing, which is why I don't really want to spend too much time on it. Like, to me, this is kind of like, I don't know. I feel like if it's not as I've described, then I got no idea what they're actually trying to do with this. Cause, like, I don't know. I think this is a very strange choice. Why are we in a shooter though? I don't know. There's something in like the actual it's in this one. There's something in here about it somewhere, but I have kind of forgotten. There's like Millie Astra stuff, and then anyway, I don't know. This is gonna be the gateway for a Fortnite collab. I mean, HSR just did a Fortnite collab, so it's not completely out of the question. Anyway, we'll get to the moon stuff. I want to do the Paimon stuff first. I'm gonna try and be structured today. That's really hard for me, but I'm gonna try. Maybe it's a Fatui training sim. That was kind of what I was thinking. Because, like, this whole trailer starts off with, like, Piero talking about war is coming, which is still really funny to me because, like, this is no time to rest on our laurels. Dude, you're missing half of your commanders. They're, like, all gone. Anyway, he's talking about the war. They're talking about Project Stuja, like, all this kind of stuff, right? And so, like, having a war simulator, a battle VR sim, honestly would make a lot of sense to me, without it actually being like super intrusive. So anyway, I don't necessarily think it's like I don't necessarily think it's like a big Paimon thing to me. That's just my take currently. We'll see how that goes. We'll see how that pans out. Is that? Oh, that's Blondie. I thought that was Lumine for a second. That freaked me out. And there's the murder rabbit too. Okay, so the thing with Paimon. Something I've been curious about with regards to Paimon with this, as I've been thinking about it throughout the day, is that last time, so 6 weeks ago, God, time flies so fast. Roosevelt and Little Onion and I were talking about the possibility of what were they talking about in the live stream? They were talking about how there's like a special power of cryo. You guys remember that? And the thing about the special power of cryo, we were trying to figure out like what it was, and one of the things we suggested was the potential to like freeze things in time, kind of like, you know, Kaya's ultimate line. And I think it's actually plausible, based on talking with some other lore buddies of mine and stuff, that Snezhnaya might be like within a frozen domain where like the region itself is under a in like a state of hibernation where it ages very, 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 very slowly. So maybe that's to prevent like some sort of inevitable demise. You know, like maybe there was a disaster that was supposed to hit Snezhnaya, but maybe the Belyit Tsar, since there's talk in here about like the Belyit Tsar leaving one last gift of birch and something else. This one, a tomb and birch trees, the Tsar's final tokens of affection, something like that. I was thinking that maybe part of his final gift before he departed was, you know how like when gods die, they create this like field that's like a manifestation of their power? Remember? Like with Havria with the salt, and like the Thunderbird with like the big massive electrostatic fields and stuff, right? I was thinking that if the Belyit Tsar died here, maybe his death kind of literally froze the land of Snezhnaya in time to halt an oncoming disaster. And like that magic might be nearing its end, hence the war is coming. That could be fun. Who's the god of birch? I don't know. Is that a stairway to heaven? I'm not sure. The thing about these things, how to put this? The thing about shots like these is they're either a little mini area, kind of like Enganemia, or, excuse me, they're just like the backdrop of a domain. I'm inclined to say this is probably a mini area. And I've seen the theory that this might be Celestia. I'm not entirely convinced because the architecture is wrong, but it is interesting that it resembles that. Do I think the Saritsa is actually dead like the real Anastasia? No, I don't. Like this does look potentially climbable. But I will also mention that these do look a bit like Irminsul veins or roots. So, for all we know, this icy looking thing here could very well be the remnants of a birch tree of sorts. So we'll see. Oh, E1400, thank you for the gifted. If you get a membership, say thank you. And also, don't forget to connect your YouTube account to your Discord account, and you will automatically be granted access to the Discord. And we can chat about lore. Anyway. Yeah. So I don't know that I have a whole lot more to say about this, other than Puccinella's model looking pretty spicy. I wasn't expecting him to actually have a... I don't know, there was something like... It felt odd for Genshin to give him a proper model, given how little model variety they've had over the years. But they've actually gone and done it. And I'm surprised. And if he's small and uses the same framework as the little girl model and has to run with his arms out to the side, I will be delighted. I will be so delighted. His nose is too small. Listen, this is so much of an improvement that it's fine. It's fine. Is there a playlist for Genshin lore? Yes, there is. His old nose couldn't handle the jiggle physics. One thing I'm kind of curious about, though, with regards to him, is he's got diamond eyes, which isn't like super Conrian, but it is a little bit. It's not quite the stars, but like, I don't know. There is something about his eyes that I was not quite expecting to look like that, and I'm quite curious. So not a dragon? No, still a dragon. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I've said this before, and Nicole proved my point. So I'm going to say it again, okay? I'm going to say it again. I have always been associating dragons with eldritch horrors. And the thing about the word eldritch, and this is a lot because like a lot of the draconic stuff has to do with like Lovecraftian stuff, and that usually gets described as eldritch. But the thing is the word eldritch literally means elf-like. Eld-like. Or elf-like. They're the same thing. And elves are fae, right? They are part of the weird. They're part of the fae, the fairy sort of line of beings. And the thing is, angels are now proven to be dragons, or at least of dragon origins. And the fae are made, of or by angels, which to me suggests that the fae and all other associated creatures like the jinn, right? Because those were also created by an angel. They would all be types of eldritch or elf-like, which means that Puccinella, being a fae, would also be an eldritch. So he would be a dragon, but not like a literal dragon, but he would be of dragon descent. That's probably a better way to put it. Right? So there's that. Angels were created from moonlight? I'm pretty sure. I have to go find my source on that. I keep meaning to go find my source on that. But they were made using the authority of the moon. So whether or not they were actually spun like from a Kuvaki-like substance or not, that part I don't know if we can totally say. But I know that the Fae were spun from the Frost Moon's light. Or under the Frost Moon's light. Something like that. Why are they giving me ASMR? I don't listen to ASMR. That's almost insulting. No, wait, that's not what I want. I have that one in another window. Omar, thank you for this super. What are your thoughts on the Saritsa's voice? She sounds very determined and imposing, kind of like Raiden. Love your dedication to quality content. Thank you, I appreciate it. She sounds a lot like Acheron, actually. Or Endmei, I guess you can kind of conflate the two. I think I mean, obviously they're going to set her up to be antagonistic, but I don't know. I mean, she sounds like she's going to be a bit like Skirk. You know what I mean? She has that same indifference, that same steady indifference, for lack of a better term. But, you know. You hope she's voiced by Acheron's actor. She's not. She's got a voice actor that, as far as I know, most people I know are not familiar with. She's voiced by Lara Corba, who I do not know, but that's not saying much because I don't know many voice actors because I have a hard time with names. And because I have a hard time with names, even if I can place someone's voice, I couldn't tell you who they were. Yeah, Acheron's VA does voice Beto and also Fairy in Zenless, if I'm not mistaken, among other things. But it's that, like, it's a very mature, steady, cold indifference, I think. I do like that because I feel like if you build up the Saritsa for 6 years, you gotta make the payoff worth it. You know, like she can't just be she can't be not the mastermind of her own plans. You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? I feel like she has to be threatening. I feel like she has to be imposing. I feel like she really has to command that. And even if they kind of roll it back later, you know, and make her a little bit more relatable, I feel like at the very start, at least, like she kind of has to be a certain way. They might just end up making her a tsundere, and that's bad. I don't think so. Sandrone is kind of the tsundere here. You know, I don't feel like they're gonna do that twice. Also, she doesn't feel like she gets very emotional. I feel like if they're gonna make her I feel like if they're gonna make her, how do I put this? Relatable or friendly in any way, she'll be friendly in the sense of, like, she'll do something nice to you, but her expression won't change at all. Or she'll say something and it's in a very deadpan voice, and you'll be like, are you telling me a joke? Or I feel like that's a bit more likely. But she feels a bit more like someone who's been suppressing a lot for a long time. And I find this scene is so funny. I shouldn't laugh because Child is extremely distressed. But where are your coworkers? This is never gonna not be funny. This is okay. So this is kind of like one of the reasons why I was saying, like, I think there was an impending disaster on Snezhnaya that got frozen in time, because, like, Child's even saying the snow is growing heavier as we speak, which means that it's either like they're running out of time for something, right? We know that. So either they've been running out of time for a long time, or they're just running out of time in the short term. That part's hard to say. But, like, to me, this feels more like we're running out of time in the long time, because he definitely sounds very impatient. How much time do we have? How much time do the people of Snezhnaya have? Like, that, like, this is why it makes sense for it to be a frozen in time sort of moment. The line gave Prox vibes from Golden Sun. Yes, like an impending cataclysm with the Mars lighthouse. Yeah. That makes sense to me. I would buy that. If you guys have played Golden Sun, you know. If you haven't, then you should. you should go play them, both of them. You think the Bell Tsar used his ice powers to preserve his brother that he killed? That's possible. It would be interesting if the Tsar was a twin and one of them committed a sin and the other one died to freeze the other in place or something. And by sin, I mean like, open the gates to the abyss or something. Because we do have some evidence of that. Would be interesting. Yeah. That's a tacit discord. That's a frost giant. That's a frost giant. Hold on one second. I just realized I'm on the wrong setting. I can't see you guys. Omar, thanks again for the super. What are your expectations on her design? Will she be a tall female character? Please God, no pink hair. You have Alicia fatigue. Okay, but her name is Anna. And if you add in an Alicia, then you have Anna and Elisa? Elsa? Elsia? It's very frozen. It's very frozen. I don't think she's okay. My personal preferences would have been for her to be a Bronya. Obviously, a lot of the minor design elements we've seen so far, and her name, obviously, is more of a reference to Anna, which would be the Hersher of Ice from Honkai Impact. It's kind of like my least favorite option of references, but personally, I think we're looking at someone who's completely pale. And I mean like pale on pale on pale, like white on white on white. I think she'll literally be like almost all white, like monochromatic. That's my guess. My guess is she'll be entirely monochromatic. Because here's the thing. She's a Snegurochka, right? Like that's what type of fae she is. And the thing is, the thing about the Snegurochka, do they not? Oh, crap. What's her name? I forgot her name. There is one. Is this? What is her name? Is it this one? Yeah, okay. This one. So this should be the type of fae that the Tsaritsa is. And she's also very monochromatic. Vanilla. Viliana. Budget Tsaritsa. I mean, I think this is kind of like a pseudo preview kind of thing, right? Like she's gray. I think she's just going to be extremely pale, and I think she'll have silver and blue hair. Like I think like for the most part, even her outfit, with the exception of maybe like, okay, if I had to fanfic this up, okay? If I had to fanfic this up, I would give her silver and light blue tinged hair, but it's gonna have to be different from Farina's in some way. And I would give her basically white everywhere except for a blue overcoat with lots of fur. That was kind of more what I would do, but my problem with this prediction is that it does look a bit too much like Farina. Like the color palettes overlap a bit too much. You believe her being the Tsaritsa? The Snowland Fae of her Fae type wouldn't want to look like her since they hate the Tsaritsa? I don't think that's necessarily true. I mean, even if they change their clothing, that's one thing, but like to, I don't know, change your skin and hair might be another. I feel like that's a bit more unlikely. Mm. But, like, also, this one doesn't hate her. So, same color scheme as the coat Yolan stole from Pantalone, yeah? Yeah, 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 I could see that. My only request for her is that she has fur. She needs to have fur. Lots of fur. That's my, like, one request. I'm sure whatever the Hoyo design team does, it'll look great. But I want her to have some fur on her outfit. That's, like, my one thing. My one thing. Like Yolan's coat. Like a big fluffy collar or fluffy trim to the skirt or like something. She's got to have some kind of fluffy trim. Boots with fur. Yeah. Oh God, please have snow boots. She won't. She'll have heels, but it will annoy me forever to watch her not have snow boots. That's okay. I've made peace with the high heels. I've made peace with them. Apple bottom jeans with the fur. I don't think jeans. I don't think jeans. That might be a bit odd. Might be a little strange. I see you, Super. We're not quite at the moon yet. I'll circle back to you when we get to the moon, okay? Will the heels have her toes out? No, I hope not. I think she'll be mostly covered. I'm almost wondering, like, this is a conspiracy, okay? This is just my little conspiracy theory. If I may. If I may be granted a moment of conspiracy theory, I am wondering, like, my guess is that the Tsaritsa will have, mostly covered up limbs and hopefully a lot of build out on her outfit. And if so, then I would argue that potentially the reason why Sandrone lost so much length in her skirt is so that she doesn't have the same silhouette or even a similar one. So, like, I'm arguing that the Tsaritsa gets a bell shape for the skirt. I think it'll have an upward cut. I could draw it out. I don't want to though, because that means I have to go get my tablet, and I don't want to. I don't want to. Anyway, that's my conspiracy. We are either having open shoulders and full bodysuit like Mawika. I mean, like, I still think she'll have some skin showing because Hoyo can't help themselves. You know, but like I feel like, you know, for the most part, they're gonna try and make her wear an outfit that is at least somewhat period and location accurate, right? And there's only so many layers you can remove before it stops looking like the thing it's supposed to look like. Maybe like that one boss in Fontaine that dances. You mean Coppelia? I think it's Copella and Coppelius. Might be. Oh no, it is Coppelia. I was remembering that correctly. Yeah. I mean, I don't think she'll have a skirt all the way to the ground, but I mean, I am thinking more bell-shaped like this. So, yesn't, I guess. Only Arle doesn't have an exposed back, and that's impressive. I mean, yeah, that's a... Well, no, Jean doesn't... Well, now I can't remember. Jean used to have an exposed back. Does she still have an exposed back in her new skin? I can't remember. Oh, whatever. It's fine. A coat like Senora. I still feel like they won't do a coat quite like Senora. I feel like if she has a cloak, it'll be just shoulder, just shoulders. And then you need to be able to show the cinched in waist. Like this isn't like my preference. I'm just saying based on Hoyo's how do we put this? Design philosophy. There's certain things you gotta do. And when it comes to the back view, you gotta show the cinched in waist. You just gotta. You know? And I feel like the cloaks hide that. So you can't really have them. Anyway. If they take any reference from Bronya's Silverwing version, she'll have enough tracts of land to cover most of the 1.0 characters at the same time. I remember like vaguely Bronya's Silverwing. I don't remember. Oops. Sorry. Yeah, I mean like that's not too far off, I think. I don't necessarily think she's gonna be a Bronya variant, but this is sort of in line. It's still a bit thin. Oh, can I remember how to spell this? But like if this is likely where they're going, I'm more looking for fur, blue and white trimmed everything, basically. I don't really think Anna's regular clothing applies here, but like, you know. Please not Cocolia. This isn't Cocolia. This is not Cocolia. This is Cocolia. But I mean, like, this is the aesthetic we're going for, more or less. This is the aesthetic. I just like the only reason I really don't want it to be Anna is because I don't want to have to reduce the character down to this interaction, which is potentially what could happen, and I'm just not here for it. But I could see it being a Saritsa child kind of thing, and I just don't really vibe with it. But if they do it, and that's fine. But that's why it's not my preference. In case anyone's wondering, it's just not my preference. Owl third descender would be neat. I mean, it would be child though. Right? It would be child. That's the funny part. Any more characters joining the Fatui? I mean, maybe. We've got a 10th slot. I think, more than figuring out who the 10th is, because I'm still not convinced there is a 10th. But maybe we'll get one. Or maybe we'll witness someone getting promoted to 10th during our time in Snezhnaya. That could be interesting. But I think even more interesting than the missing Harbinger, I think it would be very interesting to have some Harbingers rejoin. You know what I mean? Like, think about Wanderer returning to the Fatui, if not temporarily, to help with whatever Project Stuja is. Same with Columbina, I think that would be interesting. I am also in the camp that Dottore can potentially come back. I do think that's a thing. So having him rejoin would be very interesting. And I also think it'd be a very interesting. I know I keep saying interesting over and over again, but that's because I genuinely think it would be interesting. I don't know if it would be a good thing or a bad thing, but it would be interesting. For the captain to come back. Like, I think it would be very, very cool. And I would find that more compelling than just having a missing 10th show up. And then someone's going to say, what about Senora? Yeah. No, her too. With a whole new design, That's my idea. What if the missing harbinger is dead and he's preserved in ice, hence missing, like dead is missing to them? I mean, yeah. Having existing characters or even new ones filling the ranks would be awesome. Yeah, I just feel like if Piero's preparing for war, I feel like he needs a full cast of harbingers. You know, like we need to build back the slots. So we'll see. We'll see. Linny the Harbinger. That could be fun, honestly. That could be fun. That could be very fun. Which out of the three seems most likely to come back? Capitano, Signora, or Dottore? Honestly, Dottore. If I had to pick one of those three and I couldn't have the other two, like, and I had to predict which one was most likely, of those three, it's Dottore. There's a whole. I have a theory about Dottore that I don't want to go into right now because it's long and it's complicated without context. So maybe we don't do that. Will I stream again when they release the trailer with all the characters? Yeah, I mean, like I do trailer breakdowns, especially when things are really I don't do it for stuff like, you know, the Sandrone trailer. Like I didn't do it for that, but and it's not Lizard. No, it doesn't have. Okay, the Lizard is like, I feel like the Lizard when it comes to Dottore is kind of like, I don't want to call it a red herring, but it is a misdirection. That's what I think. I do think it's like done intentionally and it's supposed to be something that you're going to pay attention to. But I think what the lizard means is more important than any theory about the lizard actually being the doctor. Does that make sense? And I think when you start looking at it from that perspective, there's some really interesting things going on with him specifically that I do think makes it plausible for his return. Is it probable? I don't know. I mean, for me, it's a 50-50. Lizard. Okay, if you guys don't know what the lizard theory is, basically in most of the situations where Dottore has shown up, there's been a blue-horned lizard that gets featured prominently by the camera at certain points throughout the quest line. Like there was even one all the way back into Tarasuna, like during Inversion of Genesis when Wanderer was looking over his past memories. Well, not his past memories, but like the memories of when Dottore killed Niwa, right? And there's like a blue horned lizard featured back then, and there was a bunch of them featured in the Digitore Archon quest, right? And also, you know, Dottore back when he killed Niwa was borrowing the identity of Escher, and Escher was someone we met in the Temple of Space, and then he's also a reference to MC Escher, who was obsessed with drawing different kinds of lizards. So like there is symbolism there. The question is whether or not we can actually figure out what symbolism Hoyo's going for. I have an idea that's a little bit contrarian to I think what the general consensus is. Not because I disagree with the consensus, but because, you know, if I don't say it, I don't think anyone else will. So I may as well be contrarian. Enough people are agreeing on one thing. I may as well present an alternate perspective, you know. Anyway, that's kind of like the lizard Tory theory thing. Also, like during the Nod Cryar conquest, excuse me, Dottore was doing all those experiments where he was body swapping the minds of people into different animals and notably lizards. So things like that. What if the Abyss sibling was the 10th Harbinger? I mean, I don't think so. It doesn't really make sense when you start to look at it. Like, I understand why the argument can be made, but it doesn't really make sense when you break it down. Like, the motivations of the sibling and the Fatui are not really they don't line up that well, right? Like, I feel like the twin is a separate thing. The twins is separate. There's multiple storylines, and the twin is a separate storyline to me. I'm still gonna cope that D-Luke's dad is the 10th Harbinger until I can't cope about it anymore. Even though, like, a lot of my rationale for making that theory initially turned out to be wrong, which is totally fine, I'm still gonna cope until it's proven otherwise, because why not? Can I explain what happened to Paimon in this trailer? I already talked about it earlier. It was like the first thing we talked about, so I'm not gonna rehash it. Oh, actually, holy cow. Never mind. I am gonna rehash it because I got really sidetracked. And I never actually finished my Paimon thought, did I? No, I didn't. I didn't. Oh, goodness. Okay. I said I was going to try to be organized. It's not working. I'm trying. Oh. Sorry. Oh, okay. No, you know what? This is called a loop back. This is when you're knitting and then you get to the end and you have to start back at the first loop again. Okay, I've looped back to the beginning. I'm tying it all together, right? I'm not losing track. I'm tying it all together. Okay. So, my whole thing about Paimon, when I was saying that there's something about Snezhnaya that's kind of messing with her, as they get closer, like she's just not reacting well to it. Because this is actually a really, excuse me, notable thing. Because, like, Paimon doesn't react to most things. She doesn't react to excessive elemental energy. She doesn't react to abyssal material. She doesn't react to most things. The fact that she's reacting to something now means it's something that she hasn't encountered before. And I'm wondering if the thing she's reacting to is, actually one of two things. Either the remember I was talking about how the Snezhnaya might be frozen in time, like to prevent an on, like it's like time isn't stopped, but it's just progressing extremely slowly, you know? For the land, not the people. And I wonder if her going into a space where time of the land has come almost all the way to a standstill is actually what's taking a toll on her. I think that's possible. However, I have a second theory, which is more of a how do I put this? It's more of a if my last video is even remotely correct theory. How's that? So in the last video I made, I pitched the idea that Paimon is essentially the inner child of Asmodee. So like the imaginary friends we've been seeing in like the Phantasmal Pals event and stuff like that. That was kind of like the core thesis, right? And so I'm one and as an inner child, she's like the ability to love and care about things because she's not hardened herself to the world, right? Like this is the piece of Asmodee that would have been carved off and cast aside. The same way that Skirk suppressed her inner childhood emotions and stuff like that in order to steel herself against the horrors of the world, right? So, if that theory ends up being correct in any way, shape, or form, one of the most popular theories about the Tsaritsa is that she's the archon that governs over the ideal of love. And she's also said to have no love left for her people. Now, if Paimon is a creature literally capable only of love, right? Like if she's a child, the inner child of Asmodee, the part of her that can love things, going into a nation where the Archon is literally going against their ideal of love might be a way of her denying Paimon's existence to an extent. That would be fun. I don't know that Hoyo would do that, and it is contingent on a different theory of mine being right, which is already questionable. So with all those caveats in mind, there's that. So Paimon is a psychological repression made real? Yeah. Yeah. Because like here's the thing. I have a okay, this is a completely unrelated theory, okay? This is a completely unrelated theory. We have to go back like really far for this one. Hold on a second. My whole thing about I didn't put this in there because I in my last video because it was so friggin' long. I was just like ready to not add more to it. I see you guys in the supers. I promise I'll finish this thought and then I'll get to you. I did not forget you, I promise. Okay. Here's the thing. This is presumably Venti. Okay? This is Venti. Venti is supposed to be a fragment of the Thousand Winds. That means he's a fragment of Istaroth, right? Now this little thing looks a lot like Skirk's inner child emotion stuff, right? And he's also described as a tiny little fairy, which is how Paimon is described. So what I was wondering when I was looking at these two, one thing that happens is towards the end of this story about the nameless bard or whatnot, is the kid dies, right? This kid dies. And this is Venti, this is the nameless bard, and I'm actually wondering if this kid never died, or if Venti, right here, borrowed Istaroth's power and fused with the nameless bard. Right? So this, in turn, would be like the equivalent of Paimon to Asmodee, but like to Istaroth. So this would be little Venti, inner child, fusing with a nameless bard to resurrect. And that's why Venti is so weird. That's kind of like my little mini theory. And it's kind of related to the Paimon stuff, because Venti's got like some sus lines about like what is his line where he's like, hey, remember me, during the first time that we've met, as if he's met us all before. But the thing is like, if Venti has a piece of Istaroth in him and Paimon ends up being a piece of Asmodee, then like they have met before, but just not like this. You know what I mean? Anyway, so there's some fun stuff. Wasn't it Venti that said he took his friend's form? Yes, he did. He said he borrowed the form of a dead person. However, that's not fun. Because, like, if Venti has the power over time, like, if he borrows the power of time from Istaroth, or, like, he needs to borrow some level of that authority, like, to me, it would make sense that he needed that authority for something. So what was the authority for, right? Like, that's what I'm wondering. Because, like, it's also possible that, like, maybe the nameless bard did die, and Venti is literally a ghost piloting a human body. Yeah, okay, Jibby just said it. What if he literally borrowed his form? Yeah. Something like that. Like Lyris? Yeah, a bit like Lyris. Yeah, like Lyris and Anne. That's not a bad way to put it. Kind of like Voyager. I mean, there's a lot of potential body hopping stuff and whatnot. Anyway. The idea with denying Paimon's existence, basically Paimon is Tinkerbell and the Saritsa is Jane from Peter Pan too. Well, I mean, yeah, you could put it that way too. You could put it that way. What if Paimon is the human part of the splitting in three thing we learned from Zhongli, and Asmodee is just the diviner memory part? Yeah, I mean, like, however you want to slice it, no pun intended. Like, I think you can make it work, but you get the general idea. Like, we're talking about big things fragmenting into smaller things, and then these smaller things reassembling into bigger things again. It's essentially that over and over again. Venti be like, Mom, can I borrow your power for 5 minutes? I need to resurrect my dead friend. I mean, but Venti sleeps for like hundreds of years at a time. Why does he need to do that? Like, he's the only Archon that does that. No other Archon hibernates like that. There's something funky about little Venti. There's something funky. Anyway. You think it has to do with time? Like, I think, like, part of it is because, you know, a part of Venti might actually literally be mortal. Like, legit. By the way, we're not going to talk about the nail in the chasm that is Paimon like effects and cubes. I mean, it's a celestial nail. If here's okay, listen. We're going to talk about this after we talk about Sandrone stuff because that won't take that long. There's not a whole lot to talk about there. But the thing You know what? No, I won't talk about it now. All I'll say is that Phanes stole everything and didn't make anything. And we're about to see that firsthand on the moon. Don't you think the new Sealy from or Zila from Honkai 3rd is starting to look like Paimon? I don't think I've seen the new Zila. What is the new Zila? I legitimately don't know what her latest battlesuit is. I'm sorry. Is it the Rebirth one? Is that the one you're talking about? Hey, Supers. I know. I saw some of them, but they weren't on topic, so I was going to get to them in a minute. Zila is angry at Branya video from 8.9, the new one. I don't know that one. I haven't been paying much attention, in fairness. Are we talking about this one? It's like Panacea? Oh, so it was that one. What part of this looks like Paimon? Genuinely. What part of this looks like Paimon? Do you mean like her face and expressions? I mean, haircut wise, yeah, I could see that. You mean like, does she actually turn silver? All right, I don't know enough about this to comment on it, so I'm gonna move on. It's just short hair. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Kiana has an form in Hokai Gakuen that looks just like Farina. I mean, if we want to just compare hair. So, like, it could be, it could not be, and it's hard to say. Kaleidoscope, I see you. We're going to get to the moon. I will talk about it in a second, I promise. Cyrus Gold, thank you for the super. I see Dottore becoming the next Abyssal General. I wonder if he'll be an Abyssal General. I don't know if he's going to have anything Abyss related if he does come back. I have a feeling he won't. But that would take too long to explain. I don't want to explain it. It would be all over the place. Do not ask me to explain Buddhist concepts live without having an open book in front of me. Because Buddhism is for very smart people. And by that I mean it is very, very philosophical, and it can be very difficult to grasp even some of the basic concepts when you haven't been steeped in it for a long time. So I require cheat sheets. And I can't really explain a lot of it without looking at my cheat sheets. Unfortunately, I was raised agnostic, or I guess fortunately, depending on how you look at it. So I'm not exactly steeped in a lot of the lingo and the ethos. Like there's stuff that I never got to absorb through osmosis of just like being in it. So it is very hard for me, actually, a lot of the time. What does Chi-Chi have to do with Buddhism? I'm not talking about Chi-Chi, I'm talking about Dottore. Will we ever see Destro? We have seen him. He's a big, pretty eyeball. He's a big, pretty... No, I hope we don't see Destro. I hope we never see Destro. I don't want them to ruin him for me. I will be so sad. You know, like when you get really excited about something and then it doesn't live up to your expectations when you finally get the reveal? That's what I don't want to have happen. So I prefer they just let him be dead. I would prefer that. That would be nice. These days, I'm afraid they might not. I do like learning more about his legacy, but I don't really trust them to do well with him if they bring him back. Anyway, Shited, thank you for this super. Appreciate that. Do we have any ideas about the Cryo Dragon Sovereign, and could they be the 10th Harbinger? That would be weird. I don't know that we have any information about the Cryo Dragon. I've not seen anything or any hints towards it. And I don't know enough about any sort of, I don't know about any dragon myths from Eastern Europe. But we could go looking. We can always go looking. This could be fun. What about the Zmee? Zmea? Zmea? I don't know. Means serpent, viper, worm. Yeah, okay. A flying dragon. Oh, you know what would be good? I know exactly what we're gonna get. Okay, I know exactly what we're gonna get. This is what we're gonna get. We're gonna get this. 100%. In fact, we're gonna get... Oh, I didn't want to actually go to the site. We're gonna get... Okay. Sponsored ones apparently just open. We're gonna get the multi-headed one, and then it'll be one of these. It's Zmea. Okay. I'll try it. This does say fiery serpent, but I feel like they'd probably make an exception. Like a Pep is supposed to be a dragon of chaos. Well, a chaos serpent in Egyptian mythology and has nothing to do with trees as far as I know, and yet she's Dendro, so you know. That's not fine. Let's see. When airborne but human form. Okay, so they're airborne in a dragon shape, but they're human on the ground. They're also mythological lovers of women. That's kind of perfect for the land associated with love. And they're also associated with meteorological phenomenon, which it does appear that Snezhnaya has some interesting meteorological phenomenon. The Northern Lights do count as meteorological phenomenon, don't they? Is that a stupid question? I guess they would. Of course they would. Why wouldn't they? They're in the atmosphere. Never mind. That is a stupid question. So I mean, it could be. In some ballads, they could be female. That would be nice. We don't have that many female dragon sovereigns yet. In fact, we currently only have one. So that could be fun. They could have multiple heads, which could mean they could take multiple forms instead of having multiple heads. Like, for example, they could have, I don't know, maybe they split into multiple pieces. That could be fun. Let's see. Look, they ride horses. It's actually kind of funny. Well, they can shapeshift, so that's fun. Maybe they'll just have 3 forms. They turn into handsome youths. Okay, that's definitely in line with what we're looking at. In that form, he enthralls the sister wife of Ivan. Tsarevich. Tsarevich. I'm trying. In one of these, the Smay also transforms into kitchen implements to avoid detection. He becomes a broom, a sort of mop, and an oven fork. But Ivan's obedient animals are able to detect the presence of an intruder in these implements. I mean, in this way, you could make the argument that it could be Puccinella, if only because isn't he is that correct? He's of this one. Yes? Yes. This is a domestic fae, right? Domestic fae. So that could be. He can also be a golden goat. Well, that's fun. This is a very fun thingy. I've never read about this before. So just take this is my live reaction to a Wikipedia article. No one's done this before. That's actually really funny. You know, I actually do wonder, the Quatar and Voyager actually made the Fae on the bones of great beasts. And I do wonder if that might actually be an indicator that they made the Fae out of the bones of the Cryo Sovereign. If so, then basically every Fae in Snezhnaya is going to be a piece of the Cryo Sovereign. In which case we might not have a Cryo Sovereign. So, I mean, like, that's possible. That is a possibility. Have I seen the anime Soul Eater? Puccinella is literally the mosquito. I have seen Soul Eater, but it hasn't been... I haven't seen it in a long time, and I don't remember the mosquito. Let's see. What is this? Oh. Okay. This is... I see. Okay. It's neat. Okay. That's fun. What's a Therocephalin? Whoa, those are fun. Therocephalia. That's what it is. Interesting. It looks like a naked mole rat if a naked mole rat was a lizard. That's fun. No, seriously, look at it. Look at it. This is a naked mole rat lizard. I kind of love it. It's super ugly, but I kind of love it. All right. Enough of that. Anyway, let's move on to Lizard Doctor. Oh, You know what? Now that you mention it, Lizard Doctor, yeah, what if the elixir of immortality is just cryo-sovereign blood? It's the right color. Drink dragon blood. Oh, Jesus. There's so much lore coming at me, and I have such a backlog of like really fun topics I want to cover that are like just long and in depth, and I can't get to them. I'm really annoyed. Cause like I have a whole theory on blood and dragons and dragon blood and bones, and I wanna make the blood theory. But it just keeps getting pushed back. I wanna make the blood theory. Anyway. Do you think blue salamanders are blue raspberry flavored? In the sense of like, they're just raspberry flavored but blue? If he's blue and also a salamander, then he's like just a blue fire salamander. I like to think of him as blue raspberry flavored, so I'm going to imagine that the immortality elixir tastes like blue raspberry. I've decided. Our favorite flavor is blue. Nutson, thank you for the super. Hey, mythology video before the new region drops? Yes, I will absolutely do that. Well, or like, I don't know if it'll be before. I don't know if it'll be before, but it will at least be in 7.0 at the latest. Because, like, the thing about, I promise we're going to move on here in a second. The thing about doing mythology videos, especially when you're working with more like Slavic, Eastern European region type stuff, is that it's a bit of a nightmare to work with because a lot of their folklore and mythology has just been lost to time. And it's so difficult to parse it and get it right because I feel like even the people who know a lot about it don't know a lot about it, you know, because like because so much of it was destroyed. So like right now I don't know the extent of like what they could be looking at. Like it'd be very difficult, I think, to do a sort of blind folklore mythology video for Snezhnaya right now. Like there's some things I can do, but like it's not like Nod Cry where I can be like, oh yes, let's start with the Kalevala and just go from there, right? Like there's no I don't feel like there's something I can just latch onto and launch from. So I really think I have to sort of get there first and then just see what they're trying to do and what I can pull from it. So, you know, not destroyed per se, but like evolved. No, a lot of it was destroyed, like just straight up destroyed. Or rather, okay, rather than say destroyed or evolved, let's say overwritten. I feel like that might be the most accurate representation of what happened. A lot of stuff was overwritten with other things. If Genshin would have a collab with HSR, what characters would you want to go to the other game? I don't think we're going to have a collab with HSR because I think Genshin's already in the HSR universe. So technically, we're already in a collaboration. What was overwritten? A lot of local folklore. Like a lot of region-specific things, a lot of like anything that would have been considered pagan. In many other regions of the world that experienced migration and colonization and religious conversion in various distributions, typically there were some surviving documents or texts or oral traditions or something that was able to be preserved. My understanding, and I could be totally wrong on this because I am by no means an expert, that in a lot of Eastern Europe that was not the case. Like a lot of it just wasn't preserved. And if it was, no one's found it yet. And so like we get to see the result of the clashing of different groups and cultures, but we don't get to see where they both started, right? So, anyway, yes, I got very distracted. Sorry. It's very easy to do in case you didn't know that, you know. Right. Okay. This is not where I was. Okay. I wanted to move on from Snezhnaya because I don't have a whole lot more to say on it right now. Other than, well, our segue into Snezhnaya will be Sandrone, I think, because I do want to talk a little bit about the stellar linchpins and stuff like that. So, yeah. Yep. We'll get to the moon. We'll get to the moon. There's not a whole lot to talk about with Sandrone, but there's a couple big things. The first is like, obviously, she's alive. Don't know how she's alive. Not sure if we encounter her alive. Or, well, I guess we do encounter her alive. I guess we do just encounter her alive, which is weird, because it means she has a new body or like an upgraded body or something like that. They're talking about Elaine's final gift to her. So my guess is that after the fight with Dottore, Sandrone was likely brought, like, Sandrone probably had instructions, like a last will and testament style that had, like, bring me to XYZ place or something. And so my guess is Columbina would have brought her to XYZ place. And then, all of a sudden, XYZ place resulted in her being fully repaired and potentially upgraded. That's kind of how I see it. It's either that or it was Aino. I don't think it was actually Aino though, but that'd be kind of funny. We'll talk about mine. I think we're gonna go to the trailer because if we don't, things will get confusing. Yeah, so I think Columbina probably would have brought her to a place where, you know, a final gift of Elaine might have been, like they said, it's a second chance at life. So maybe he left behind a means to repair her structure and repair her damaged core and whatnot. So like I'm pretty sure that's kind of how that part goes. But the more interesting thing is that they did mention that the stellar linchpin she has right here played a role in her getting a second chance. Now, here's where things get interesting, because I feel like it'd be very easy to repair her body, right? Like, if you gave her to Aino, I'm sure Aino could have figured something out, right? But if the problem is more complex than just a mechanical malfunction or, like, you know, a ruptured fuel tank or whatever you want to call it, right? Whatever happened to be wrong with her. If the problem goes a bit deeper than that, then you need an outside solution. So they're suggesting that the outside solution to this was the stellar linchpin. No, okay. This is going to be really disjointed to explain. So let's see if I can do this without losing the plot. Visions are refined variations of moon wheels. And the thing about linchpins is that they were used for chariot wheels. So this is a linchpin. Modern linchpins look a bit like this. Historic ones look a bit like this. You know, they're a bit more ornate, and they went on the wheels of chariots to kind of hold them in place. Solar chariot, lunar chariot, whatever you want to call it. So my whole thought is like moon wheels evolving into stellar linchpins, right? So if a descender acts as like a linchpin for a wheel, then the thing that differentiates the wheel from the pin is that the wheel spins, but a linchpin is static. It holds something in place. Now, one thing that not this one. One thing that they okay, actually, let's go to the trailer. There's a part of this trailer where she's saying, I guess I'm about to be reborn now. And this isn't it. Okay, here we go. Oh, I've got the audio on. I'm sorry. Right, here we go. If what Elaine said is true, then I'm about to be born anew. Right here is an interesting thing. I'll come back to that in a second. I want to talk about the linchpins first. This was the thing that I thought was interesting, because she said inverted world formula reversion, right? And then she touches what looks to be Narzizenkreuz, but definitely isn't Narzizenkreuz. But if you so if you had a world formula, right? The world formula was our way to predict the fate of Columbina, and it was Renee and the Narzizenkreuz Ordo's way of predicting the fate of the world, right? So if you invert that, then you are going backwards, right? So if she's reversing her fate, it makes sense to me if she's using a linchpin, because it loops. She'd be like pinning herself in such a way that she would loop back on her own fate, right? Does that make sense? I don't know how to word this right. How do I word this? If you invert the world formula, you're working backwards. So you are undoing the thing that fate did. So if fate resulted in you dying, then inverting fate, or the world formula that got you there, brings you back to the point where you didn't die. Does that make sense? That's kind of how I'm thinking of it. Now, a descender is someone who has a will that can rival the entire world. So, like, in theory, they would have the power to overthrow fate anyway. Although I am still confused about the whole fate thing right now, if only because Irminsul is kind of gone. And Irminsul was like the thing that was enforcing fate. So I'm still confused about why fate is a thing, but that is a separate rabbit hole that I don't want to go into because it is unpleasant. Like a save point? Yeah. Or maybe like a new game plus. Maybe a new game plus, because it's not like completely undoing something, but it is allowing you to do it again, if that makes sense. You still barely understood the world formula, so what is the inverted version? I thought I explained it pretty well in my world formula video, but essentially my take on the world formula is that it's like an orrery. This is an orrery. It is basically a model of planets. It's a clockwork mechanism, right? It allows you to see how the planets move around each other with all their different orbits and stuff. And in Genshin, we use planets to make prophecies, essentially, right? So when if you look at it this way, then the world formula is basically showing you a prophecy in a 2D version of a planetary model like this. Does that make sense? So it's basically astrology. The world formula is just astrology. I guess that's what I'm saying. So if you were to say reverse the world formula, instead of making the planets spin in one direction, you would put the planets all into retrograde. They would spin in the other direction, right? What does will mean in the context of Genshin? Is it the same definition as in real life, or is it something else? Um, it is something else. The idea of will or reason is likened to the power of God and or logos, which is um how do you explain logos? Basically, God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. It was the ultimate power of creation, right? So he created the universe through words. That's kind of like the best way you can kind of boil down the ultimate idea. So if you are someone who is aiming to become a god, you are going to need the will or the capacity or the ability to think at such a scale that you can quite literally control and shape the world, if that makes sense. Maybe I didn't explain that well. I think you said it was a system of equations that would let you calculate fate. So the inverse is calculating a person's identity starting with their fate. I said it was a system. Okay, so the world formula is an equation. It is an equation, but my argument is actually that it's an equation that's calculating these movements of these different planetary structures. And that's what you're using to predict fate. So instead of using a 3D model like this, where you're twisting and twisting and twisting and watching all these planets move, you're actually mathematically calculating based on the size, spin, distance, everything else, where these planets would be relative to each other for that formula. Does that make sense? So that was kind of the kind of the thing with the world formula. That's how I understand it. Is that correct? We'll find out. So my idea here is basically that Sandrone being able to conquer the world formula to the point where she can reverse it means that she would have figured out how to invert fate. And if she can invert fate, to me, that kind of in a way ties her to descender power, because like Renee, who ended up becoming Narcissenkreuz, wanted to make himself into a pseudo descender, right? He was trying to force his way into being a descender, and he didn't manage it, but he kind of got pretty close. So the fact that he failed means that as the successor of the Narcissenkreuz Ordo through Elaine, Sandrone is likely to be the one who succeeds. Yes, yes. But we know the linchpin is connected to the third descender. The live stream said so. Yeah. But think about what that means, right? Visions are a fragment of an archon's mastery, right? And moon wheels are a fragment of the moon's mastery, right? So a moon wheel is a fragment of a moon's power. Visions are a fragment of an archon's power. So what would that make a stellar linchpin? A fragment of a descender's power. No? Yes. Yes, it would. I think that makes sense. That it would be consistent with our world world building so far, because even delusions are fragments of a dead god's mastery, right? So like her ability to thwart fate like that, to me, it would make sense if she was then granted in some way a fragment of the third descender's authority. So the third descender was a cryo electromaster? No, you're taking the wrong lesson away from this. Because like moon wheels, Columbina is hydro. But like technically speaking, all moon wheels should be fragments of her authority, right? But all moon wheels are all different elements. So in the case of moon wheels, I don't think that applies, and I don't think it applies to descenders either, because we already know that the third descender can be split into 7 gnosis that are all different elements, right? So, like, yeah. You think gnosis are the you thought the gnosis were the fragments of the third descender? They are. But rather than say they are fragments of the third descender, it is important to remember that they are the remains of the third descender, which is different. The the um the gnosis to me resemble reliquaries, which are meant to hold like fragments of dead things or people in them. They are objects of remembrance, which is effectively what the gnosis are. So the way I see it, the gnosis should contain physical pieces, like literally their dead body bits, right? If you were cut up into 7 pieces, maybe your head, your chest, that's 2. We've got the arms, that's 4. The legs, that's 6. And then your waist, that's 7, right? Cut up into 7 pieces, put into 7 gnosis. Those are your body bits. The stellar linchpins in that situation would just be remnants of their mastery or their power. So, not their physical body, but like maybe their spirit in some way. Not their soul. I want to differentiate between soul and spirit. Anyway, are the gnosis phylacteries for the third descender? I mean, they're not phylacteries. At least they haven't been presented as not phylacteries yet. So, I mean, potentially. Anyway, so this is how I think of it right now. They might tell us differently when we get there. There might actually be a totally different explanation for this, but sorry. As things stand right now, this is how I understand the relationships, and we'll see how well or not well this ages. Could be totally wrong. What's a phylactery? Not these. Oh, boo. I was hoping it was just going to give me something. No, I don't want that. No, not this one. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. I was thinking of what do you call it when like a lich takes their body part and hides it somewhere? I thought that was a phylactery. Maybe that's a different word and I'm confusing them. That's very probable, actually. Add D&D to the search? Oh, this could help. Oh, it is a lich phylactery. I wasn't that far off. Okay. That's funny. Okay. That's okay. That's funny. That's funny. I didn't even realize that was where I was going. All right. So like I think the idea, if I'm not mistaken, is that like basically the lich takes like their heart or something and puts it into an object and then hides that object somewhere. And so long as that object remains unharmed, the lich cannot be killed by any means. The only way to kill the lich is to find and destroy the phylactery. That's kind of how I think about it. So like I'm not entirely certain that the gnosis are this kind of phylactery. But there's no evidence that they're not. So, I mean, the things Voldemort did, yeah, they're like the Horcruxes. They're similar. If we take it in this meeting, if it's easier for you to think of it that way, then yeah, go ahead. Is the pyro one gone now? I don't know. It's impossible to say. So then the third descender would be alive. I mean, they might not be dead. The thing that, if you guys might remember, when I made the mythology videos, I pointed out that the third descender likely has a connection to the hero Lemminkainen because they named him Saralainen, and Saralainen is another name for Lemminkainen. And Lemminkainen, I have to spell it. Lemminkainen, this one. Yes, I don't have that key on my keyboard, and I don't know how to use it. Anyway, this guy in Finnish mythology, this is who the third descender is named after, okay? He is named after Lemminkainen, because Saralainen is another name for it. Anyway, not the point. The point is, this guy was actually cut up into lots of different pieces, and then his body was later reassembled and resurrected. So I think that is something to keep in mind when we think of the Gnosis and reliquaries. Like, one of the reasons why the Tsaritsa's plan for so long has been theorized to be the resurrection of the third descender is precisely this. Collect all 7 pieces of the third descender and reassemble them to actually rebuild their body, which is effectively what happened with this guy. He was cut up into pieces, thrown into the bottom of the lake or the river of death, and then his mother basically fished all his bits out of the ground and reassembled him. So, I'm not saying that's going to happen verbatim, but it is interesting that they named the third descender after Saralainen, who is this guy. Anyway, there is a fun question about what happens if there are multiple descenders running around at the same time. I've never really thought about what that would mean, but yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Now that you've mentioned it, there's one thing that really bothers me. I spelled Nicole's name wrong. There's one thing that really bothers me. I'm looking right at it. Okay. Nicole literally says, in another converged possibility, Albedo was the primordial human who traveled through worlds, recording and creating all. Now, this is weird, okay? This is super weird. Because primordial human in Chinese is just primordial one, who is Phanes, who is the first descender, which means that at one point, Albedo, in some weird timeline somewhere, was Phanes. Or one of the 4 descenders. And then she goes on to say, however, once that journey reached its end, no one would have been able to guarantee whether he would choose destruction or salvation, something that we saw during the Dragonspine events. And then she goes, luckily, you're the one who embarked on the journey this time. Oh, how did the alternate Albedo fare? I can no longer observe that possibility. What do you mean you could once observe a different timeline? I don't like this. Besides, copying someone else's answer is of little use. This journey is your own. So, this is weird. This is very weird. This line of Nicole's, I could probably write an hour-long theory on. But I don't want to. But this is you know how we talk about Tavat being in a samsara? There's there's kind of 2 ways to look at this. Either, how do I put this? Hang on, I'm trying to arrange my thoughts in a way that are comprehensible outside of my skull. It's not always an easy task. All right. So in Honkai Impact Third, I'm only mentioning this because it's a repeating theme. The Kakuna finality resets time, but not actually. Like, it doesn't actually take time and then rewind it. It actually just resets human civilization. So humanity gets reset, but the world itself doesn't actually, like, go back in time. So, there's a possibility here that in Genshin, if Teyvat is in a samsara, it's possible that, like, the first descender goes through a journey, and then the second descender comes along, and then the journey restarts, but the history of the world doesn't restart. You know what I mean? Like, time itself doesn't rewind. You don't replace the original one. You just I don't know how to really explain how this works without diagrams. Do I want to draw diagrams? Not really. Anyway, I think that possibility is not actually all that probable anyway. So I won't continue it. But when she talks about another converged possibility, I was thinking about how we have so many domains and they all have little Irminsul trees in them. And I've been wondering if, like we know because of Nicole that each of those Irminsul trees is where an angel was stationed. And if you think of it that way, then all angels are effectively supposed to be like Nahidas of their own Irminsul. Kind of. Now, if Irminsul contains the history of the world, then Irminsul is technically a timeline, which would mean every tree inside every domain might be another possible timeline that never came to pass, hence why those trees are petrified and or dead, right? Which means in one of those trees, the primordial human would have been Albedo, and that was a truncated timeline that never actually came to pass, hence dead tree. That's a hard theory to prove. It's a hard theory to prove. Third possibility. There's a lot. I told you I could write a whole hour-long explanation on this if I wanted to do it properly. I won't, but I could. There is a distinct possibility that the traveler is Phanes. Just straight up. And it could be that time into that does reset. And that every time what they do is they try to replace whoever the first descender is. Like, they try to replace all those, like, they try to do that, right? And all they need is for one of the descenders to make it to the end of the samsara, to ascend, become Phanes, and then they restart the world as Phanes. And then they have to go through the whole timeline as Phanes all the way to the end in order to see if that is a complete timeline that they want to keep. And then once they decide to keep it, then I don't know what happens. Some magical thing happens. And you could just run through all the possibilities in that way. It would be very Amphorious for them to do it that way, but that's also kind of why I think they might do it that way. But yeah, it is possible because, like, in Amphorious, right? Like, Phainon went through all of those eternal returns or those samsaras twice, like, as himself twice, because, like, he would go through a cycle both as the Flame Reaver and then as his new self, and then they would converge, and then time would reset, and then it would do it again. That converged Phainon would become the Flame Reaver and go through the thing, and then he would actually be born as Phainon. It would go forward, and then they would converge, and it would do over and over and over again. Anyway, sorry. If that's the case, then as the world goes through its cycles, the Shades have a set time where they expect Phanes, someone to ascend to the seat of Phanes. And they're supposed to have ascended by now. But they can't ascend, or they haven't ascended for whatever reason. And I think Asmodee is to blame for whatever reason. And that's going to throw everything off. I don't know. There's a lot of possibilities. But this here fucks me up every time I read it. Totally fucks me up. Just random voice line. Nicole's like, oh yeah, we used to just view alternate timelines all the time. It was fun. Except for the ones that ended in fire. I don't like those. Anyway. In the Faney's theory, maybe that's why we have two travelers. The one in reality is Lumine, and the other one is Ether. I mean, it could be. It could be that Ether and Lumine have to actually converge at the end of time, and that could be. That they could both be halves of Phynon. One, the Abyss Twin could be the Flame Reaver, and then the Traveler could be Phynon, and they gotta go fuse. And then the person who's left behind is Paimon. And then Paimon has to become Asmodee to save the Traveler Twin. Okay, that's enough fan fiction. I'm done with that. What I was actually getting at here, what I was actually trying to talk about as we got here, we're talking about the world formula and stuff in the stellar linchpins. I think I've said more or less what I wanted to hear. They're doing that thing where they're like overlaying different, how do we put this, different lines from different quests over different quest footage. So I don't actually think like Sandrone is the key to activating Project Moongazer. Then who is the hero within? Dane? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you. No idea. That would be kind of funny though. Okay, so this. Here's the thing. The reason I don't think this giant tulpa is Renee is because he says the wretched Nartzenkreuz Ordo. Renee never thought that, right? So, but I think this isn't Renee, but is instead all of the other people that Jacob and Renee had melted down prior to Jacob making the Nartzenkreuz. That's kind of what I think. I think these are like all of the casualties of what the Nartzenkreuz Ordo did. And I think Marianne, or Marionette rather, had to confront them. Like, I think that's what we're going to do in her quest. I do also wonder if a lot of this quest might not actually be us helping Sandrone, but if like all this is occurring in her memory. Like, this is what happened in order for her to wake up. Like, she had to go through all this stuff. That could be. Renee is on a journey with Catter, Seymour, and Marianne the Oceanid, right? No, Renee is dead. Renee is dead. He's dead. In more ways than one, because not only is Renee dead, Nartzenkreuz is technically dead. Catter is also probably dead. Seymour's probably alive, though. Well, as alive as a robot can be. Or at least I bet he could be repaired. Has the moon lost her memory? She is smiling alone. I don't know what that means. Anyway, I think that's all I have for this. I mean, who's saying this line actually? I don't actually who is saying this line? I don't remember. Doo-dee-doo.
I have a certain feeling about how she views that descender.
I don't know who's saying that line. Oh, is that Arya? I don't remember. Oh yeah, it could be. I forgot she was in here. I also forgot what she sounds like. If that's the case, then this probably has nothing to do with Sandrone's quest. Unless they're talking about if they're saying how she views that descender, she might be talking about Columbina viewing the Traveler, or it would be Koitar viewing Voyager, but that assumes Voyager is a descender, which is still a question mark. So we'll see. Is the tulpa red because Nuvi turned the primordial seawater into blood? No. It's probably red and stuff because it is abyssal now. Because, like, remember, the abyss is just discarded material. It's stuff that wasn't chosen. It's the dross, the stuff that's been tossed aside. And if this is all of the remnants, all the stuff that didn't become Nartzenkreuz, like some sort of vengeful entity made up of like all the people that got melted down, then it would make sense for it to be abyssal as well, just like Nartzenkreuz was. That's my opinion, though. But yeah, it does look like she'll have like an awakening moment. And then she rewinds it. Anyway, I don't think that's Renee. You can't remember the moon goddesses' names in order. Arya is the eldest, I believe. So she's the blonde one. Yes? Yes. She's the blonde one. And then Sonnet is the crimson moon, no? Yes? Is that right? Hold on, let me double check that. She's the crimson. Yeah, okay. Sonnet's the crimson moon. And then Canon is the frost moon. Which is kind of funny when you think about it, because she's like the one moon that survived to the end. So she actually became the canon moon, the canonical moon. I know that's like not an intended thing, but anyway, let's talk about the moon. Since we're here, I've been ignoring a super for a very long time because I was asking about the moon stuff and we weren't there yet, and I was trying to be organized. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But we go into the moon. Actually, there's there is something about this I saw earlier. We'll talk about Archaeolunae in a second, because that also ties to Fontaine. Because Archie. Here's the thing about this thing. Yes, it's the staff of Homa again, but here's a funny thing. I saw someone make this comparison, and I apologize. I haven't actually seen. I don't remember their name. But they were pointing out that Durin's idol, when he's all curled up like this, looks just like this spaceship. Like, here's the dragon in the middle, here's the dragon's horns, and then the wings wrap around the dragon. And what's kind of fun about this is that this thing is actually like straight up shaped like Durin's horns. So that's fun. Oh god, the eyes and fangs. Yeah, exactly. You see it? You see it? Here's the eyes, here's the little fangs, here's the horns, and here's the wings. You see it? You see it? You see it? Yeah. Yeah. It's adorable. Based on the trailer, was the Frost Moon being portrayed as a weapon built by Nibelung? If so, were the other moons destroyed because they were also weapons against the heavenly principles? Well, I mean, we know that for a fact. When Nibelung came back, he imprisoned the three moon sisters and then refashioned their moons into weapons. The thing is, okay, the thing about this though is that even prior, we'll talk about Archaeolunae in a second, I promise. Look, we've even got the golden inscriptions from Natlan. They're just blue now. The thing about, excuse me, the moon is that you have to remember that while Nibelung was away, he tasked his dragons with a space program. So the dragons that survived the first war against no, the dragons even prior to the Heavenly Principles arriving were already working on space stuff. They had space elevators. Tonatiuh, if I'm saying that right, was supposed to be like a part of that. They had a whole space program. So my guess is that most of the infrastructure on the moon was already here. Like it was already being built. So I don't think like all of this happened when Nibelung came back and then turned them into a weapon. All of this stuff was already here. I think. Hold on. Let me actually move to like portion of this video where the moon is. Here we go. Like when we get to the dark side of the moon and it's like a whole city, like Nibelung didn't just build this like just to fight the Heavenly Principles. Like all of this was already being built. Right? Nibelung already had plans to try and take all of Dragonkind with him should the Dark Destroyer deep in space that he went to investigate, should he not be able to counteract that. If that was for whatever reason inevitable and it was going to destroy his planet, then he could at least take all the life forms on his planet with him. And he did that by telling all of the dragons to, work on this space program. And part of that involved building shit on the moon. So yeah, this is literally the city out of the Colors Out of Space quest. If you guys remember, you remember in Nod Cry, there's like that one quest where you have to follow this big thing of blue Kuvaki and a big thing of red Kuvaki, and then they like smack, and then you're suddenly like thrown through this like dark abyssal area, and it's like all these different structures and whatever. All of those structures, like the whole structure of those things, literally a one-for-one match of all the stuff on the moon. So I'm actually wondering if what we experienced there, since we know Kuvaki is a part of Columbina now, I'm actually wondering if what we witnessed was Columbina's inherited memory of the moon. You know what I mean? I wonder if that's what we saw. So we didn't technically like go to some abyssal space. We didn't get transferred to the moon. We might have seen like actually maybe one of Canon's memories, because it was purple in there and all that kind of stuff. Purple's typically like abyssal, and we were traveling through like so maybe we're going through like a pseudo abyssal space. And this is the Frost Moon. And Columbina inherited the Trilunar Authority and whatnot, so maybe she inherited some of the memories of the other Moon Sisters as well. But because she is not them, they were sort of, quote-unquote, discarded. Because discarded things are abyssal material, and then that's why you get the abyssal effects and everything like that. And that's how you get the memory of the city on the moon! Yeah. Anyway. After the quest, it's now iridescent. Yeah, well, now it's like the regular white Kuvaki. Yeah. Oh yeah, Adi did post 3D models on Genshin lore like a long time ago. If I type this in, it should actually come up. I think. Maybe not. Maybe I should add one more word. Nope. I swear, I thought it would come up. How did I find this last time? How come none of you have the thingy? Okay. Well, I wanted to see the models. Oh, thank you. Let's look at this. 3D model of the mega structure in the Colors Out of Space. That should be fine. Yay! We found it! Hooray! Yeah, Adi pulled these like forever ago. Yeah. So this, literally, this is from the Colors Out of Space quest. Literally this. Literally this. Excellent. Closing things I'm not using now. So I thought that was pretty darn cool. I think that's super cool. Still weirded out that it's shaped like a Tenebrous Mimiflora, but okay. We're gonna, you know. Anyway, so that's fun. That's fun. Okay. So what was the other thing I was gonna talk about with the regards to the moon? Other than the weird ecology on the moon, which is fun. This is just like that one place in Nod Cry and in like the northeastern portion. You guys remember where all the jellyfish were in the pink sands? That's what this place reminds me of. There are jellyfish here too. You were also right about it being a moon-based super laser. Yep. And that's the thing is like I think that like effectively Nibelung would have told his dragons to basically work on the space program, and that would have included working on like defense weaponry. And I think basically when he came back and he saw that there were intruders on his planet and all that kind of stuff, he just like flew into a rage and then just seized control of his 3 Death Stars that were already constructed and tried to use them to blast the heavenly principles into oblivion. So, has Genshin jumped the shark? What does that mean? You haven't done the jellyfish quest? You'll do it when Shinej is here? It's not like it's like a big lore-heavy thing. It's just like if you go to that area, you'll see stuff that resembles this. You know, pink sands, weird bone-like structures, all that kind of stuff. I just think it's kind of interesting. Because it also does, like there is that legend about Nod Cry being the remains of a 4th moon that never rose into the sky. So I almost wonder if that's actually true. So, did I finish those errands? Oh, you mean the super? No, I know. I haven't forgotten about the Archaeolune. We're getting there. Okay. We can do it now. Okay. The reason why... Okay, actually, hold on. Kaleidoscope. Thank you for being very, very patient. And trying to... Not that you had much choice. In trying to stick to somewhat of a structured setup. I neglected you for a very long time. Anyway, your question was, what do you think about the Archaeolune energy? Archeum's back, baby! And yeah, you're right. The Archie is back! Do you guys remember? I spelled it wrong. Archeum! This is basically uranium! You guys remember this stuff? You guys remember? You remember? Remember? Yeah. This stuff's fun. Anyway, the uranium of Fontaine, yeah. Yeah, this stuff. This is quite literally what we're dealing with here. Look at the colors. They are gold and they are blue. The Archaeolune energy is gold and blue. Which is, yeah. Look at that. So the thing is like Archeum, oh God, it's been so friggin' long since I've had to do anything with Archeum. But it is like related to the Archie. It's just like, how do we, do they have a good summary? Okay, well, let's just call it crystallized Archie. Oh, right. Okay, that's even cooler. Okay, so you know how Archaeolune is meant to, Archaeolune can actually, like, contribute to our power over gravity? And that's like how we're jumping super high and everything. Hold on. Yeah, here we go. It's just a couple seconds off. There we go. I think it's over here. I need to look up Ibn Bellum here in a minute because I haven't done that yet. Yeah. Obviously, the gravity here is completely different from Tibet, but the Archaeolune energy is how we sort of like supercharge our gravity. Now, the thing about that's really cool is that like Archeum over here, this stuff was being researched by the people over at the Fontaine Research Institute because they were trying to create a way to lift the entirety of Fontaine into the sky so that it couldn't flood. And that was the goal. And so like it was made to, you know, counteract gravity by building a city in the sky. Yay. That's how we got this thing, the experimental field generator, which has a little black hole in the center of it. And this thing also gives you anti-gravity. But like basically this was a result of studying the Archeum that we had, right? The one blast of the black hole. I like how the that message was held for review. It must have seen the word black hole and thought it was something lewd. That's hilarious. But I do think this is kind of fun, the way they've decided to connect this, because you have Sandrone, who's from Fontaine and who's the student of the guy who founded the Fontaine Research Institute, who was studying the Archeum energy source. And she's best buddies with Columbina, who is the moon, who has power over gravity, whose personal moon uses that Archeum energy. Like it comes full circle in a really fun way. I think that's really cool. Could Archeum increase gravity too? I mean, yeah. I mean, I think the idea is that Archeum could adjust gravity. So instead of gravity always behaving in one way, Archeum would allow you to sort of manipulate that. So like in this case, we're reducing gravity so that we can go wee, right? But we could also probably go the opposite way and make ourselves really heavy. Now, why we'd want to do that on the moon, we probably wouldn't. So, you know. Do we think Numa and Osea are products of the Archeum energy? Yesn't. It's hard to tell which way it goes, but like technically, Archie is Pneumosea energy. Like that is what it is, right? Archie in this case is, I believe Archie is the first principal. No? Hold on. I'm going to look it up just to make sure I'm right. Yeah. Well, we'll talk about this in a second. I just wanted to make sure I was remembering that correctly. Yeah, we have the Usia and we have the Numa. If you think of this as the blue and this is the gold, then, you know, when you get to the Archeum and it's blue and gold, and then you get to the Archaeolune and it's blue and gold, like effectively what they're working with down here, I almost wonder if Fontaine, now that I think about it, was part of like where they were creating the energy generation, and then other parts of the planet, like other nations ruled by other sovereigns, were all entrusted with different parts of the lunar project, the Moongazer project. You know what I mean? I think that would be interesting. Cause like that means that like, oh, that was a lot of messages all at once. Maybe Archaeolune energy is a nuclear forces to Kuvaki's electromagnetism. No, it has to all kind of connect together. In some ways. Like Kuvaki is just Columbina's unique energy, but like Archie is different. Archie is how do we put this in Genshin terms? Hold on. I'm gonna close this out. How do I put this in Genshin terms? I'll put this in Genshin terms. Okay. So basically when Numa and Osea meet, they create an annihilation reaction, right? Now, an annihilation reaction in physics actually happens when a particle meets its antiparticle. So if matter meets antimatter, if they collide, they create an annihilation reaction. The thing about that is that those two particles and that process of creating an annihilation reaction, that is, in theory, how the universe actually started. Because there were more well, I might be misremembering this. Someone's going to correct me, and that's okay. There were more matter particles in the universe than there are antimatter particles. So, like, the antimatter can't annihilate with all of the matter. So some matter hits each other, and then it just starts like building things. It's a terrible explanation. Oh my god. And then you have reality. Hooray! Anyway, the reason why they called it archy is because of this in Greek philosophy. I'm just going to read you this section from Wikipedia because I can't be bothered to explain what the first principle is. But essentially, in ancient Greek philosophy, the first principle from which other principles are derived is called an archy, and later first principle or an element. And by extension, it may mean the first place, method of government, blah, 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 blah. The point is, it's like the first thing. It's like the origin point. It's like the source of all stuff, right? Oh, hence why down here it says archy, sometimes transcribed as archy, is an ancient Greek word with the primary senses of beginning, origin, or source of action, from the beginning, or the original argument, or the first command. So it's the first principal element that's corresponding to the ultimate underlying substance and the ultimate indemonstrable principle. So if you look at it that way, Archeolune and Archy in general should be like the initial let there be light moment of Nibelung if Nibelung was God. Does that make sense? So Archy is primordial energy, but I don't ever recall the dragons using it. I mean, if they were originally rulers of Tibet, wouldn't they know about it? They know about it. This is their thing. This is their thing. The thing is like we haven't actually talked to the dragons much about what life was like for them back before humans were around. Like, this isn't an issue of the dragons never used X, Y, or Z. This is an issue of we never asked. So they never told us, right? So, like, to me, it makes more sense for Nibelung to be the representative of Archy, the first principle, the first spirit, the first dragon, the first god, the original one, right? The thing from which all other stuff comes. So if he's the creator of all the dragons, like all the dragons come from him, all elemental energy comes from him because he's from the light realm, then Archy is essentially like the fundamental thing from which all other stuff comes, which would be light, effectively. Hence the whole link between that and the Kuvaki's electromagnetism and whatnot. And then Phanes comes along and he or they refine that system. Basically, they take that light and they split it through a prism so that it creates 7 elements. That's why each element is likened to a different color in the electromagnetic spectrum, or at least the visible portion of it. And then, like, technically speaking, everything in the universe is kind of made of light anyway. More so, like, in Genshin as well. And, like, I don't know how to explain it very these are the sorts of things that I actually like to sit down and spend some time writing, because, like, it makes sense in my head, but then if I try to take it outside of my skull, it comes out like long spaghetti that was never cut. Just infinite spaghetti. Infinite verbal spaghetti. Kind of unrelated, but I discovered your channel. I've been really into Genshin lore. Is there a right order I should watch your videos? Um, no. I wouldn't say that my videos have an order. Um, I think if you wanted to get the best out of them and you wanted to watch all of them for some unknown reason, please don't do that. You would basically have to figure out which patch which content came out in, and then you'd have to watch each video as you completed the content of each patch, which I think is a fool's errand. I think the best thing to do if you're new to Genshin lore and you kind of want to watch through some videos is to kind of like, when you complete a region, watch one of the lore recaps for it. Like in Nod Cry, I did a recap for the Reed Miller quest. Like those sorts of things tend to age pretty well. Theories age with varying levels of success. So with theories, I recommend starting with like the newest stuff and then working backwards if you want to. But I wouldn't. Theories for a live service game, it's. I wouldn't say you should watch them in order. Because like they all age at very different rates. Yeah. Anyway, so Arche is the origin energy, which can be split into Kuvaki, Phlogiston, and the primordial ocean, and then the H-Place split the Arche into 7 elements configuration of that. Okay. So here's the thing. There's more than just the primordial sea and Phlogiston. Because we now know that Apep was in charge of Irminsul. Which means that for Sumeru, Irminsul was the primordial sea and or Phlogiston equivalent, right? That means that there are other primordial energies out there that were split. It's not just one or two. You know what I mean? But I do think that it would have to all start with Arche, because like if you look at like the things that the game references, most of the references for the game, excuse me, will all point to an origin story of like a god of light taking their light and then filtering it down until it reaches the mortal realm. And as it goes through each level of refinement or processing or splitting, it changes shape a little bit. And I think that's kind of how we should think about the Arche energy and then all the way down. Like in my opinion, Arche energy might not even be just like straight up light energy. It might actually be, because like we are working with 3 realms, right? We've got a light realm, a human realm, and an abyssal realm, a void realm. And if Nibelung is from the light realm, then he would be like Numa aligned predominantly. And he would have like, he would be like affiliated more with like states of matter and whatnot. And then effectively, as energy comes, as antimatter or antiparticles come from the abyss realm or the void realm, there's also matter particles coming from the light realm. And then they would collide like that in the human realm. Makes reality. So Archeoluna, you could kind of think like that, I think. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see how that ages. So what did it mean when the angel said the 7 elements came from phlogiston? She did not say that. That's not what she said. When Yhaltakuten gave us the explanation, she originally started talking about the light realm, and then she realized, oh, you probably don't know about the light realm. Let me use something I know you're familiar with. Because you're in Natlan, I know you know about phlogiston. I'll use phlogiston as an example. She wasn't actually saying that all elements came from phlogiston. That would be weird. You know why? Because we know that Irminsul is the root of all dendro energy. And Irminsul is not phlogiston. You know, and now that we know that Apep was in charge of Irminsul, that makes Irminsul the equivalent of phlogiston in Sumeru, right? So Dendro's coming specifically from Irminsul. So, like, they wouldn't have been able to split Dendro from Phlogiston in that case. Like, that would not make sense to me. And that's kind of why I'm like, that's why I think it's a bit silly. I lost my train of thought. But Kaleidoscope, I hope that answered or sufficiently satisfied your question. I'm actually quite excited about this. I might revisit Archie and stuff like that to make a little explainer when we get to the moon. I think that would be really interesting to do. Kind of like I did the angel hierarchy, which aged better than I thought it would, honestly. I think it did age much better than I thought it would, even if, like, maybe the naming conventions are a little bit off. Like, everything else seems to have aged actually pretty well. So I might do something like that, but with different powers into that. I think that would be kind of fun. I think that'd be really fun, actually. Spike Bebop, thank you for the super. Am I surprised by the rooster's design? I'm shocked that it's good. Yeah, I'm definitely shocked. I said so earlier when we were talking about Shinojinaya. Yeah. Then the 7 elements did exist before the heavenly principles. They just nerfed the primordial elements, which makes sense because there were 7 sovereign dragons, and the elements should only exist after HP colonized. But we already knew that. We've known that since Inazuma. I think people have just forgotten. I legitimately think people have just forgotten a lot of old lore, which is totally understandable. We've been at this for 6 years. There's a lot in here. I'm gonna spell this wrong. They have another name, and I always remember that one, but I can never spell it. Sangacoroxes, that's what it is. Anyway, here's the thing. These coral butterflies, we got these in Enkanomiya. When they have almost converted the rampaging elemental enemies in a certain area, the bone structure of the next generation of Sangacorox will condense in the wings of Source and they'll fly, blah, blah, blah. And it says here, they were once destroyers of the old order, only capable of living while concealed in the dark sea. Now, these things, when you start to look into them, you realize very quickly that their job was to basically convert the original primordial elements of Teyvat into the more gentler kind that were more compatible with humans. Because that was a really big problem. That was something we talked about a lot when Enkanomiya first came out. Even now, elemental energy is technically pretty toxic to a lot of humans, right? It's very toxic. It's people who have visions, it's not as toxic to. They have much more resistance to it. So, like, when we say they took things like phlogiston and refined them into the elements we know today, what they're saying is they took these elements that were originally very compatible with dragons and they refined it into a form that didn't hurt humans as much. So it's just a refining process. But the 7 elements would have already existed. Like I said, we're working with the light realm. All dragons are creatures of the light realm. And light can be split through a prism into multiple different forms. So Nibelung would have done the first splitting, so to speak. And those original elements would have been phlogiston and the primordial sea and Irminsul. And then Phanes came along and went, these are a bit too harsh for the creatures I want to put here. So I'm going to turn phlogiston into pyro and primordial sea into hydro and then Irminsul into dendro. From there, like, so on and so forth. And obviously it didn't get all of it. I don't think it can. I think it has to be like an ongoing process of refinement. But I think that's a good way to think about it. Then Yahalta Kutin should have been clear that it was Pyro, not all 7. This game's very notorious for being very vague with the way that it words things, and they do that on purpose. But in any case, it's slightly more clear in Chinese. It's not as clear as I would like it to be, but I've also never really thought of angels and dragons as talking in how do we put this? Explicit terms for the lay person to understand. Because, like, technically, we already knew about the light realm, and she should have just told us everything based on the light realm, and I don't understand why she didn't. But all elements can't have come from phlogiston. It would not make sense. It doesn't, it's not congruent with the other world building that we have. Genshin has only been clear in Archon Quest recently. Everything else has been vague. That's kind of the thing. I think this is kind of one of the problems that Genshin has, like, in general, right? In that they really wanted this to be like an archaeology game. They wanted you to go spelunking. They wanted you to go like code breaking and all that kind of stuff. They wanted you to put all these pieces together. But what they've found is that the bulk of the player base don't want to do that. And it's led to a lot of confusion in general, especially because like there's also a language barrier that, and like a lot of nuances and stuff get lost from Chinese into English. Like a lot of the stuff that's very overt and understandable in Chinese and like, oh yeah, okay, that's explicit. You translate it to English and like all of that's lost. The implied meaning is just lost. And you know, like that's the kind of stuff that you sort of fight about. And then, you know, we get to Archon quests and they realize they have to be really explicit about stuff because the bulk of the player base hasn't actually gone through and found the text about the light realm. They didn't read Before Sun and Moon because they didn't do the quest to unlock the book, right? There's stuff like that. And now they'd be like, okay, well, I guess we have to just tell you outright now because they don't have any other choice. They're starting to use all that world building they've been setting up for so long in an archaeological style way, but they have to present it to a not archaeology inclined audience. So it's I imagine that's a pretty difficult challenge. But anyway, if one day I end up being proved wrong on that, that's okay. Obviously, I am not the source of all things canonical. The only thing I can do is tell you how I understand it based on the research and stuff that I've done, and that's kind of, you know, the best I can do. Which is sometimes sufficient and sometimes not. Back. This is why playing 13 Sentinels is more interesting than watching a playthrough. Shush. Shush, Fizzy. Shush. Do I think the blizzards are the side effect of the previous Cryo Archon's death? I think it's possible, yeah. Kind of unrelated, but do you think Barbella's Lunar Arcana thing from the character buffs is going to be a genuine foreshadow for the future or a nothing burger? I mean, okay, listen. When I was a kid, my dad told me that if you keep your expectations low, you'll never be disappointed. And in recent years, I've taken that advice to heart. I'm keeping my expectations low and I'm going to call it a nothing burger. And if it ends up being something more than that, then I will be delighted. And that is the key to happiness. Yeah. Watching slime spin in zero gravity is gonna be fun. I have a feeling I'm just gonna sit on the moon and just like shoot. I think I'm gonna swap to the Hydro Traveler. And I'm just gonna spend a lot of time on the moon just like shooting things with the Hydro Traveler's water gun. Watching them slowly spin. At this point, Genshin is not a game played for fun, it's just a job. I think that depends on what you find fun. Right? Like everyone plays games for different reasons. I play Genshin for the exploration and the archaeology and the incentive to research things I would have never otherwise researched. And in that respect, Genshin still does what it says on the tin and the thing that I still really enjoy about it. So I'm still having fun. It is still a job for me, but that's like different. That's something else. That's like a whole different thing. Obviously, it's a job. I make these videos for, you know, my job right now. That's the different thing. It was actually the opposite. She actually used the Light Realm as an example to explain phlogiston. Is that not what I said? What are the primordial forms of Geo, Animo, and Electro? An excellent question. I don't know. It's impossible to say right now. I think we'll figure it out, though. I think we'll figure it out eventually. The thing is, like, we don't even know for sure who the Electro Dragon was. You know? Like, it might have been Kapatsir. We don't know that. If it was, we still don't really know anything about Kapatsir except for her interaction with Rue. And that's it. And that's not a lot, you know? And the thing about Dvalin is that he's reincarnated. He doesn't remember anything from the previous Animo Sovereign. And Ajdaha, well, we're not sure about him either. I have a theory, though, that the primordial Geo might have been like a resonance thing. I just realized that looks just like a sword. Do you see it? Do you guys see the sword? Look at, there's a hilt. I'm sorry, there's the handle. And then the guard. And then the blade going up. That's cool. That's cool. But I think we have to like think of the primordial elements more in terms of like what they actually did, like what their jobs were. Because like the primordial sea's job was to spawn life, but then phlogiston's job was to impart knowledge. And then Dendro's job is apparently to store a record of life and knowledge. So then you have to think about, well, what are you left with? And I'm not sure what you would be left with at that point. But it is worth noting that the symbol for Geo is actually present on the doors of the like in Ochkanatlan. Not in Ochkanatlan. Well, yes, in Ochkanatlan, but like in the domain. In Tulin. In the civilization inside of Tulin. Why are we getting an ad for Practical Magic? I mean, I'd watch it, but that's very random. Inside Tulin, the doors actually do have like an older version of the Geo symbol on them. And I think that's also something to keep in mind. Like there are likely also symbols that are older versions of the elemental symbols that we currently have as well. I think that's a distinct possibility. Yeah. Would domains be old geo? I mean, like, it might just be, like Ajdaha was blind. And assuming he's the geo sovereign, because I can't make an argument that he's not, um, if he was initially blind, then he would have been spending all of his time underground, which meant that his role would have been inside of Tivat. And thinking of, like, more primordial geo elements, the only thing I can really think of is, like, earthquake resonance, that kind of stuff. But if you want to maybe put it another way, he was also deeply connected to the ley lines. He can basically use any element he wants to because he draws them directly from the ley lines. So perhaps you could think of him as like the vessel upon which everything else sits. So Irminsul's roots, the ley lines, would have been his domain. And Irminsul itself would have been Apep's domain. That's possible. Because he would have permeated everything into that in that way. Any ideas on what Eggy's actual name could be, since it's a Paimon original, which usually are shortened versions of the actual name? I don't know if they're always shortened versions of the actual name. It was in the case of Dexter. But in the case of Dexter, that was kind of like almost a pun because Dex means right-handed. And he was a right hand. So, I mean, that could have been a sheer coincidence. In the case of Eggy, I mean, if we call her Eggy, she has to have some connection to an egg somewhere, right? So either we find her in an egg, or when we find her, she first looks like an egg. Something like that. It would have to be something like that. So is Apep mainframe database and Ajdaha network infrastructure? Maybe if like Apep is a hard drive, then Ajdaha would be like the case, like the computer case. Because it would have to hold everything. There's the jellyfish. Hello, friends. So is he's basically a behemoth? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. He's the behemoth to Nouvelette's Leviathan. That's how I think of it. It's just tricky when it comes to Dvalin and potentially Kepetsier. Can Electro be the literal power source for the other elements? I mean, Electro is weird. But if you think about it, it's no weirder than phlogiston. Like, the thing about Electro, the thing about Electro, let's see if I can remember. I think it's this one. Yeah. Okay. So in this wind glider, it's basically telling this little story, and it mentions 3 archons specifically. It says the story was about the wind that had taken on a human form, so Venti, a talking stone, which should be Zhongli, and a wooden thing made of electro, which should be the Raiden Shogun. Because we know that the Shogun puppet was made of similar, it was constructed in the same way that Wanderer was. And Wanderer is made from Irminsul wood. So It says the three of them discussed the things that made up the world, and they each believed that they were one of the fundamental elements. So the stone claimed to hold up all things, which is kind of what I said with Ajdaha. And they all agreed on this. Then the wooden object said that all mortal thought was the work of electricity, which is true. Technically, everything in your brain is like an electrical signal. So, like, you could argue that electricity is the first thought, which is probably part of the reason why A is considered a philosopher among all of the archons. Definitely one of the more philosophical ones, which makes her very difficult to understand. And even I'm very guilty of this during her release, not being able to understand her. They did say it was a bit of a stretch, but it could not be said to be false, which is what I said. And then when it was the Wind's turn, he told a story. So I guess he's technically arguing that, I don't know. I actually don't know what the Wind's arguing in this case. But anyway. Oh, Electro is consciousness? I mean, it could be. It could be. Electro is memories, maybe, ties her into moments in time. Yeah, it could be. The thing is like, we don't know. But, like, this is, like, all I have to work with. Or, like, all I can think of off the top of my head that would have some kind of, bearing on this conversation. Any thoughts on why the Shades are allowing the Sarisa to go through with her plans, which are outright treason against the heavenly principles? I mean, other than for the sake of the plot? I don't think the Shades really care that much. And if their boss, like, okay, if your boss isn't hovering over your shoulder, are you really gonna sit there and, like, do everything you're supposed to and work 100%, like, within the guidelines of your job? Because I feel like most people don't, right? Like, if your boss isn't looking, maybe you will do something that they would frown on, but really isn't technically a problem, right? Because you don't care so much. They're the ones that care. You're just there to do your job. You don't have to go out of your way to do everything perfectly. Like, okay, let me put it this way. If I worked as a web developer for a long time. If my boss is hovering over my shoulder, I'm going to be in my programming mode that entire time until he leaves, right? Like, I'm going to be coding, debugging, I'll be refreshing my browser to test things in. Like, I'll have my work on screen all the time. As soon as he walks away, I am 100% opening Discord or changing my music or putting on a new YouTube video to listen to while I continue to, like, I'm still going to do my work. But I'm also going to do, like, those things that I don't want him to watch me doing while I'm at work, right? So, like, that's kind of what I'm getting at with the Shades. Like, I feel like that's kind of how they operate. They're like, yeah, I mean, I'll do my job and I'll follow the rules and everything. I'll do what I was hired to do and I'll do it correctly. But, like, I mean, there's no rule against this. I don't have to enforce this right now. I mean, I don't have to do this right now. I could do it later. Or maybe there's no protocol for, what would happen if someone took all the no-sees and tried to do something. Or maybe the issue, like, maybe it's not illegal to collect all of the no-sees. Maybe it's only illegal to use them in certain ways, because I certainly didn't have any qualms about Nahida using the pyronosis in the way that she did. So, like, I feel like there may be some rules or regulations or, like, contingency triggers that we just don't know of. So I don't know that question's answerable. Thoughts on Risley drawing the Emperor card? I don't have any thoughts on that. I really don't. I mean, the only thing I could think of that would even be worth mentioning is Where is it? There is a theory that Risley is supposed to be like the one who's inheriting Remus's role over Fontaine. Remus was an emperor. You could look at it that way. I don't know. Genshin and I do not agree on how tarot cards are meant to be read. So I don't know that I should comment on the actual meaning here because it's a little different from what they're saying, but whatever. If the Pyronosis is lost, what does that mean for the Pyro Throne's authority? The Gnosis isn't connected to the thrones. Like, this is a really big misnomer, and one of the things that I think Genshin has not done very well, because they stuck a lot of the dragon lore and everything kind of like in obscure places for a long time, when they finally did the reveal about the divine thrones and the gnosis and everything, they did not do enough to distinguish the two because the two are fundamentally different. The divine thrones belong to the dragons and far and away predate the creation of the gnosis or even the existence of the third descender, right? Those thrones were distributed to the archons separately from the gnosis. The gnosis are effectively just like a trophy. They're not actually a symbol of authority. They have great power, they're a good tool, but like, they're not the authority of the divine throne. Using tarot cards as they're meant to be used is a boring option. It's the same as how no one follows the official rules for Uno. That's true. You looked up the meaning of the actual Emperor card last night, and the actual meaning is so different from the one in game. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. To be fair, they don't call them tarot cards. They call them lunar arcana. So they're variations of tarot cards. So they're allowed to have their own meaning. But if they have their own meaning, I don't know how to read them. Because I wasn't trained in those. To be fair, I wasn't actually trained in tarot cards either. I was trained in a Romani method of reading regular playing cards, which does translate to tarot cards, but it's still different. So even then. You can have the thrones without the gnosis, but you need to win a throne to get a gnosis. Correct. That's a good way to put it. Yeah. An archon doesn't need to pass on the gnosis, technically, to the next archon. They just need to pass on the divine throne. Someone has to occupy the throne seat, basically. Do you think we'll get another log about the Teyvat Border Patrol like we did with the author of Vera's Melancholy, or a direct interaction? Did you read any of Nicole's stuff out of curiosity? Because she has a story where she and Alice go to the border where they meet Kleiner. And it's very surreal to me. Like, I'm so confused. Nicole brought a lot of lore that I am just very confused by. Because, like, we haven't seen anything that relates to it, so hearing about it without anything else to support it or give it context is just... There's a lot of cognitive dissonance going on, that's all. There's a lot of it. Yeah, and it's like an airport. Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, wait, who's coming and going so often that you have, like, passports? I don't understand. It's so weird. It's so weird. It's so weird. Anyway. It feels like a train station. Okay, legitimately, it feels like Grand Central Station or something. It's Nicole's weapon, isn't it? Isn't it her weapon? No, it's not this one. Oh, is it her character story? Am I remembering it wrong? It might be her character story. Maybe it's her character story. They renamed all of these things and it annoys me. I know why they did it and it's smart, but like, you know. Yeah, okay. It is her character story. It's her 5th character story. This one talks about all her witch friends. And then oh no, it is border. Okay, it's border pass. I lied. It's fine. It's 5 and then into border pass. Yeah. Alice might have assured her that there would be no trouble and that they weren't going anywhere too far, but arriving at the border still meant going through the motions. Forms had to be filled, and every required step followed. The only concession in this whole tedious affair was that the 2 chairs they had to sit on. Like, what? Where is this? Like, it just sounds like Grand Central Station in Customs. Like, it could be an ash. For all I know, there could have been a firmament put around Tevat in the False Sky, but there also could be a secondary firmament, like a quarantine zone, put around the firmament. I don't know. I'm very confused about the whole thing. Sertology tossed Skirk over the turnstile. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, how do you reconcile? How did the spaceship? What is happening? I do have a theory about this. That I'm not sure how realistic it is, but if you may allow me to fanfic for a second, because this is the only way I can currently reconcile this in my brain, and I hope they give me some other stuff to work with because this hurts. Okay. So I was thinking, when they describe Voyager, whenever they talk about Voyager, Voyager is talked about as if they are a person who comes from a race that basically somehow figured out the laws of space-time. So now they can kind of travel wherever they want to, whenever they want to, or thereabouts. And they realize that the universe is going to reach an inevitable end. And so now they have this race of people who are going through the cosmos and just chronicling all of these civilizations as they are destroyed by the Dark Destroyer, which is presumably the Abyss. Right? So eventually Voyager finds this little planet at the edge of a spiral galaxy. And it's like one of the only living planets left. And that's part of the reason why it sticks out in her mind and why she gets involved and yada, 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 yada. But like, and I'm kind of wondering, like, if it's possible that the universe ended at one point and Tevat didn't know because Tevat was bubbled. Like, Tevat was literally used as an arc. And unbeknownst to anyone inside this bubble, but the entire universe was destroyed and then restarted itself. And now there are civilizations all throughout the cosmos again, like Skirks and the merchants and whatever, and they've discovered Tevat and they're like, oh my god, it's a relic from a bygone era. It must be preserved. And so then they created a sort of like system where you could do tourism, I guess. Cosmic tourism to see what the last universe looked like. And that's why we have weird border systems and stuff, and travelers and seekers and spaceships that seem to come from wherever, and space-time travelers from the Andromeda Galaxy. I don't friggin' know. Anyway, it's one possibility among many, and I hope they explain, because this is ridiculous. Teyvat is a grand museum of ancient stuff. I mean, like, basically, right? Like, in the same way that the Temple of Space is sort of like a museum of Teyvat, maybe, Teyvat is a museum of outer space. Anyway, that's probably not what happened. It's probably not what happened. But I don't know how else to reconcile that, because it's really friggin' weird. Anyway. But what if it was? Shut up, Jimmy. Don't tempt me. Anyone else kind of fascinated by the fact that we've only really witnessed like a third of Teyvat's surface area? Like, there's a lot more of Teyvat left. Unless Teyvat is technically Pangea, and the rest of it is just water. You're no lore keeper, but I thought the implication of the Paimon system was a tour guide system for new travelers. I mean, it could be. It could be. That's a very possible ending. It's possible. We could be in a human zoo. It's a thing. Like the crystal gems from Steve. Wait, was that the crystal gems? It was, wasn't it? Am I misremembering? Did they not have a human zoo? They did have a human zoo, didn't they? What am I thinking of? That was that. Okay. I'm not crazy. That was Blue Diamond. Yeah, okay. I'm not totally crazy. Westworld, Paimon is Dolores. Oh no. Surely we got an Atlantis-like place in the future. It's possible. Maybe we find out that Nibelung's light realm was born from the sea. I don't know. Pink has a human zoo done by Blue and Yellow. Pink said, I'm sad and I need to kill them. And Blue said, okay, let's have a zoo for you. Oh, that's like when I catch mice in my house and I'm like, I have to kill them. And then everyone's like, oh no, you should put them in a cage and keep them as pets. And I'm like, no. Oh. You feel like aside from being outside the purview of the Seven, we still don't know what the Dark Sea actually is. That is true. We don't. That is also very true. Maybe we'll finally find out. That would be nice. That would be very nice. Won't the dogs get them? No! I have the worst hunters in the world! You know how what... Listen. I'm going to tell you a story. If you guys are squeamish, mute me for about a minute, okay? A year or two ago, I was doing my seedlings for my garden, and I had them outside in a cold frame and everything, and I was trying to move them because something was eating them. So I picked up one of these seed trays, and a friggin' mouse pops its head out of the crack between two of the seed trays. And I'm like, hello? And I picked up that mouse, and I looked at Levi, that is my dog, my big one, and I said, Levi, I have something for you. And I put that mouse down in front of Levi, and he looked at it, and he poked it with his nose, and then he looked at it, and then he tapped it with his paw, and then he looked at it, and he went down on one shoulder and kind of wiggled his butt, and this mouse isn't moving, it's terrified. And Levi's like, ooh, I don't know what this is, but it smells interesting, so he gets a little closer. And then he squishes it with his body weight as he tries to play with it. And then he wonders why his toy isn't moving. My dogs have never intentionally killed anything in their life. They've caught things. They've caught chipmunks. They've caught mice. They've caught squirrels. They've even caught a turkey. In fact, Fenris, this is actually a funny story. It's not squeamish. I was walking them down the beach, and there was a small group of crows. There's like 3 or 4 crows. I don't know if that's enough for a murder, but there's like 3 of them, right? And Fenris is like, oh my God, I gotta chase him. I gotta chase him. So she books it across the beach towards these crows. And 2 of the crows see her and they take off flying. And the 3rd crow has their back to her and doesn't see her until it's a little too late. And so Fenris goes and takes a flying leap just as this last crow is opening its wings to take off, and she just, like a linebacker at a football match, just tackles it. Not intentionally. She just had a lot of momentum. She was just running towards it. She was so excited, and she leaps, and they just had a midair collision. And that crow went flying, and it rolled like 4 or 5 feet, and it just laid there completely stunned with its wings at its side, like, what? And Fenris is looking at it like, I got it. And she didn't hurt it. She didn't try to bite it. She didn't do anything. She's just like, look, Ma, I got it. And I'm like, that you did. That you did, Fenris. That you did. It flew off afterwards. It was fine. It was just stunned. It was just stunned. Don't worry. It was fine. It was fine. She was still a puppy at the time. She was very little. Even littler than she is right now. So she was only maybe 25 pounds. So anyway. Yeah. Anyway. My dogs have never intentionally tried to kill anything. So no, they don't hunt mice. In fact, Fenris is terrified of mice. I had this period where I didn't quite know where the mice were getting into my house from. And so they were getting into my house. And I know I'm way off topic. I'm very sorry, but I hope these are entertaining stories. So there were some mice getting into my house, and they would go up into my oven, and they would climb through my oven and come out the steam vent onto the top of the cooktop. And then they would just run across my countertops. And it was the most infuriating thing to have to sterilize my countertops every morning. But basically they would come out in the middle of the night when I wasn't near my kitchen and the lights weren't on. And so then they would go near the sink and they would move a spoon or something. And that little sound, that little just clinking of, spoon on dish, and Fenris would freak out. She would jump on the bed, she would crawl on me, she would claw at my chest, and she would just pant and drool, and she was just so stressed out. And the only thing that would calm her down is if I opened the door and let her run all the way to the opposite side of the yard, where she would curl up and face the house like she was waiting for the ghosts to leave. That's her. I have the worst hunters in the world. And this is coming off of my last dog, prior to getting these 2, was the best mouser in the world. His record was 12 in about 60 seconds. He found a nest. Anyway, I won't give you details on that. It's just, Jack was a good dog. What breed is Fenris? Both Fenris and Levi are Australian Shepherds. So they're herding dogs, but they're not hunting dogs. They'll chase things. They just stop if it stops moving. A nest of what? Mice. If you ever had a squirrel problem in your yard, you let Jack in your yard, you wouldn't have a squirrel problem anymore. He was a hunter. He was a good hunter. Anyway. I don't have mice problems anymore. I fixed it. I didn't tell a gruesome story. I didn't tell a gruesome story. I finished the gruesome story. That was the not gruesome story. What do you mean? Anyway. Oh, goodness. There's a lot here in there. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. It occurred to me recently that not only is this spaceship Homa-shaped, it's also very much shaped like the Traveler's spaceship. You'll notice that? Check this out. And then compare it to I want to see if we can actually just get a picture of the oops. Can we get a picture of the spaceship? It actually looks a lot like the Traveler's spaceship. This one looks a little bit more moth-like, but the thing is, like when you look at it this way, like it still has the same. Does it not still have the same horns and stuff? Do you not see? Is that not strange? So like the way I see it, there's two implications here. Either this is just a design motif, you know, that Hoyo's working with, or Nibelung's dragons may have based some of their stuff on Voyager's spaceship, assuming Voyager had a spaceship. They've not been described as having a spaceship. They just seem to like be astral projecting through space, so maybe they don't have one. But that would be interesting. Or alternatively, it's possible that there are other dragons elsewhere in the cosmos, and this is based off of them. In any case, it does kind of weird me out that they have some similar design elements. They're not perfect. Not by any means. But like you look at it from this angle and the only thing it's missing are the wings, you know? Ship as a prototypes for Nibelung's space program. It would be interesting. What did it say? I wasn't paying attention. I was looking at chat for once. Oops. And now I'm way off. And now I lost my place. Okie dokie. Homa ship. Yeah, okay, but the thing is, Homa. Oh, this. Homa is. Where's Durin? Come back, Durin. Durin has Homa horns. The spaceship is shaped like Durin horns. Rah! I know there's lore. I know there's lore here. Did the people who destroyed Skirk's world come via ship, or is that not specified? I assume they came by ship. I can't remember. I'd have to look it up. What do you think of the globe versus the in-game map? Tevat's really small. And also might be a Pangea. So that's fun. Do you think it's a coincidence that HI3 also had its Booge moon arc? What is a Booge? What is a Booge? What's a Booge? That can't be right. Oh, huge. Oh, Levi, what's the matter, buddy? Don't growl at me. I thought it was slang for something. I'm sorry. He senses a rat. No, I think he wants to go outside. Nerd brain got me. I know. My nerd brain's compulsion to Google everything new that I encounter. Levi's mad at me for telling Chad how useless he is at hunting. Okay. Well, in that case, I must placate him. Lily Bear. Lily Bear, come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. Come say hi. Come say hi, little goober. Oh, I summoned a Fenris too. Hello. Come here. Come. There's a good boy. No, I don't want your butt. Come here. Come here. Up, up, up. Come here. Come here. Come pant on the microphone. Please hold. Diddy? Diddy? Do you have something you would like to say to chat? Do you want to talk to the chat? Huh? You want to talk to chat? Ow. Come on. You can do it. No, come back here. Come back here. Come back here and talk. I'm sorry. I'm going to put him outside. Come here. Come on. Let's go. Out you get. I tried. I'm sorry. Whoops. I broke it. I don't know if you can hear him. When I don't know if you heard him when he made his noises. Levi's really funny. He makes noises that sound just like me. So when he's displeased, he grumbles just like me, and it's actually very funny. I've had many an incident where my mother thought I had made a disapproving grunt of something she said when it wasn't me. Genuinely, was not me. Anyway, I think he's just mimicking me. I'm surprised I can put them out on my own. Could be my dogs are so chill. My dogs are so chill. I don't walk them on leash or anything. They just like hover next to me. They're very chill. They're very well behaved. Finny doesn't make noises, but Levi is very vocal. He is very vocal. I actually wonder. He might be telling me to change his water too, because he's also a little princess. And if he's drank from that water once, he will not drink from it again. I must change the water because he can't stand his own backwash. Anyway. Am I going to mention the talk about the Pioneer? First off, Cyrus Gold, thank you for this super. I don't know what to say about the Pioneer other than I don't know. I mean, we've got Voyager, Seeker, Pioneer, and Traveler now. I don't know what to think, really. I don't know what to think. I really don't. Oh yeah, and Wanderer. There's some things I can speculate on and some things I just can't. I just realized those are up arrows and that's funny. Pioneer is the ship class of the Traveler's ship. But it doesn't... Does that mean we should call the Traveler and their sibling the Pioneer? Since they went in first? Can we talk about philosophy? We've talked a bit about philosophy, but that's a very broad question. Voyager, Seeker, and Pioneer are all spacecrafts. It's possible. It is possible. I mean, Voyager is most commonly known as, it was a space probe, right? An unmanned space probe? Yeah, NASA space probe, the Voyager. Is there a Pioneer one? I don't know a lot about many of these. I know some of them. Oh, there is a Pioneer. Oh, of course. Leave it to the astrophysicist in chat. Pioneer. I can spell. No, I can't. Oh, there were 11 of them. Or maybe more. That's a lot. Okay, maybe I should have clicked on one of the... A failed NASA spaceship to the moon. There's 2 Voyagers. Yeah, I know that part. Have I read Ender's Game? I have not. What if Dottore... Wait, what? Hold on. Okay. That question went away. Never mind. Okay, I don't know what that question said. It went away. Do you think we'll find out why the Oceanids ran and feared Farina would kill them? They didn't fear Farina. They were afraid of Focalors. But I don't even think they were afraid of Focalor. I think they were just, like, distrustful of her. Oceanids are, like, very pure beings. They can't mix with other beings because if they do, then they can lose their sense of self. Because if they merge with somebody else, their thoughts can be polluted by the other mind that merged with them. So, like, they're very isolationist by nature anyway. Like, they have to be very careful about who they interact with. And I think they were worried about what Focalor would do. Do I have any other specific things on my agenda that I'm sticking to? No, I don't think so. I think that's more or less everything I wanted to talk about. I think that's everything I wanted to talk about. I mean, I don't know how much I can really talk about space elevators and stuff. We already knew about this kind of stuff. I mean, I'm sure some of you have obviously seen, like, these designs and been like, hey, that looks like a celestial nail. And that's because Faney's stole everything. Faney's never created a damn thing. Although, I say that, but I was wondering something. When Nodcry started, they called Nibelung the Nameless Ruler. And that got me wondering, if Phanes has stolen everything so far, is it possible that they also stole a name? Is it possible that Nibelung's real name is Phanes? Because that would be interesting. That could be very fun. 28 months? Wow! Ooh, hyped for moonwalking. I am too. It might actually be very frustrating. I hope it's not as slow as it looks. What I'm more curious about is how special exploration passives are going to work on the moon, like Shalonen's skates and like Wanderer's flight dash. I'm very curious to see if those are also impacted by gravity. Or even not gravity, but like just resistance or lack thereof. It's very interesting. Not sure. Phanes is the Edison of Tibet. Oh, Ghost Mog, thank you for the super. Hello, not a question, but a while ago I sent you an email about script writing and I just wanted to say thanks again for the advice. You're welcome. I hope it was helpful. I know that not all advice applies to everybody, and what works for one person doesn't always work for other people, but hopefully what I have to share is at least somewhat helpful. You should send me the final thing so I can see it, though. Whatever you end up making, I do kind of want to see what you ended up making. When you're done. I don't have to share it with anybody. I just want to see it because I'm nosy. Real nosy. But if you need more writing advice, feel free to ask. It may not be good advice, but I'll do my best. You still don't get it? Who was advanced enough to move our spaceship to the moon? I mean, I think Columbina implied it was the Heavenly Principles, right? Personally, I think it was Asmodee. Just because I think regardless of who you think Asmodee really is or whatever their motives are, like, the thing is, they did have an incentive to keep us trapped there. I mean, at the opening cutscene is literally them trapping us in Tivat. So, like, it would make sense to me if they were like, okay, I gotta take this spaceship and put it somewhere else. And they can't put it in the Temple of Space because it doesn't belong there. So they're like, well, I'll just put it on the moon. No one's using this right now. Like, that would make sense to me. But who knows? Like I said, Columbina implied it was the Heavenly Principles. So, whoever it was, they were high up. How would she know it's in Nod Cry? I mean, I think, like, if you recall, the Abyss Twin went to find the spaceship during the Conrian Cataclysm, right? So during the Conrian Cataclysm, the Abyss Twin would have just gone to the spaceship. And if Asmodee was following the Abyss Twin, maybe not because they were, they didn't know each other at that point, technically. But like Asmodee and Renova, at the very least, were probably busy punishing Conria. Asmodee may have been pursuing or tracking, people who left, who escaped. And maybe she found it that way. Or maybe she went searching for it. I don't know. But like around the time of the Cataclysm is when the spaceship is found by the Abyss Twin and when it goes missing. So like it's even possible, now that we know that Asmodee is now following the Abyss Twin, it's now possible that the Abyss Twin asked Asmodee to put the spaceship on the moon. It's possible. But again, Columbina said it was the Heavenly Principles. So it could have been that. Could have been that. Why would Asmodee move it to the moon and not just its own cube? Dunno. I don't know how to... I mean, I don't pretend to understand the workings of a god's mind. You know what's really funny? I have a stock footage clip now that makes perfect sense with this scene. Because, like, this blue glass with this single window over this planet in deep space, I've been using this clip of an astronaut in a chamber just like this, heading towards Earth, as, like, a placeholder clip of Fanny's for, like, forever. I find that so funny. It's actually, like, canonically accurate. That's super funny. I'm gonna have so many good opportunities to get good footage now. Wait, when was it confirmed that Asmodee is following the Abyss Twin? In the Temple of Space quest, when you fight Melanta straight up says that Asmodee abandoned Melanta and Nyalita and Dex in order to follow the Abyss Twin. And the reason we know it's the Abyss Twin is because depending on which traveler you have, the pronoun of the person Melanta is talking about changes. And that only happens for the Abyss Twin and travelers. So the implication here is that Melanta is saying that the Abyss Twin is Asmodee's new master. And we know Asmodee has a new master because Istaroth said so. And it is worth noting that the last time we met the Abyss Twin in Natlan, not in Nodcry, that wasn't really, So when we met them in Natlan, guess who showed up? It was Asmodee. So, whether or not the Abyss Twin knows Asmodee has been following them around and considers them their new master, that remains to be seen. Oh, hey, look! Prism Slime, Creations Afterglow. That is chef's kiss when it comes to talking about splitting the light into multiple different elements and having like the Archie be like the original thing. Look at that. I didn't even notice that. Beautiful. Love it. Excellent. You guys didn't know that? Do you watch my stuff or no? I'm not saying this to be like, oh my God, you gotta watch my stuff. I'm saying this because I literally put it in my Temple of Space trivia video. And I feel like everyone put it in their Temple of Space video. So I think it's funny when people don't know that. That's all. I just think it's funny. I never gave evidence for it. Did I not? Oh. Well, if that's the case, then that's my bad. I'll put it in the notes thingy. I'll add it as notes. No, I did? Oh. Okay, you know what? I'll check before I add it because knowing me, it's not out of character for me to forget to add something like that. It's not. So it's very possible. It's very possible. You're halfway through the temple, so you're waiting to fully watch again? Okay, that's fair. You were kind of in denial because I can't imagine Asmodee considering the Abyss Twin as their new master when they're not even a descender. Yeah, but that doesn't mean they can't become a descender. 'Cause they could. It's possible. From the voice line about descenders, it's possible that one of the moon goddesses fell for Or's working with Phanes, inducing a betrayal just like Voyager and the first angel, Asmodee, and the twin. But wouldn't that be Arya then? Wouldn't that would have to be Arya, because like Sonnet wanted to get rid of them. I think Canon was neutral. Like she was saying we shouldn't do anything. And then I think Arya said we should help the heavenly principles, I think. So it'd have to be Arya, if I remember correctly. I might have mixed up one. I remember Sonnet being the one vehemently against it. Asmodee as the Abyss Twins Paimon seems so weird to me. Yeah, I mean, it is a little weird. What you got from the Narcissus Quoits quest is that you can't become a Descender manually. You either are one or you aren't. See, like, I don't totally agree with that. I think you can become one. I just think that Renee got the methodology wrong. And I do think, like, how to put this? I don't know how to put this, actually. I think it's possible to become a Descender. I think it's also possible to lose Descender status. I think that some people may have an easier time becoming one than others. But I think it's possible. It's just harder for some people. And I think the qualities that are required are different from what Renee thought. That's what I think. Arya and Canon wanted to watch while Sonnet opposed. I'm pretty sure Arya wasn't just neutral. Which moon killed the other two? Neither of them did. That was a rumor. The reason why the see, the thing about Genshin is that it takes a very archaeological approach, which means that you have a lot of unreliable narrators and you have a lot of people who are trying to make sense of things that happened that they have incomplete information of, and so they give also somewhat incorrect accounts, and you kind of have to parse the information from there. So the reason why they thought one moon destroyed the other, or that they fought, is because Nibelung took all 3 moons and turned them into a weapon, and then the Heavenly Principles, or Fanies, shattered 2 of them, leaving 1 of them alive. So it looks like one of them was responsible for destroying the other 2. Now it is possible that maybe Fanies had a I don't know, emergency admin access privilege to the Frost Moon or something. And the Frost Moon did end up destroying the other 2 moons. Not by Canon's will, because Canon was imprisoned at the time, but just by, the notion of Fanies hijacking the infrastructure. Like, that's possible. But we can't think of it as like one betrayed the other, because that didn't happen. The thing with Renee was showing that despite how far he went, you can't. It felt like the story was portraying like the dangers of trying to force yourself to become something you aren't. I don't think that's true, because in Renee's case, what he was trying to do wasn't something that required a Descender's power. He was just trying to save Fontaine and the people of Fontaine. And he was trying to do it in a really weird way. And the thing is, Renee died in the process. Jacob is the one who made Nartzetenkreuz out of Renee's remains. So Renee never actually made it to the other side. Like, the goal may have been to make himself into a Descender, but he never actually completed the process. Jacob attempted to do something that was like what he needed to do. He tried to create an entity that could melt everybody down and then absorb them and then, basically turn themselves into a loom of fate kind of thing. But his methodology for doing it was wrong. But that doesn't mean that Renee didn't have the potential to be a Descender. He just went about it the wrong way. Because, like, that's what happened. If caring for or loving Tevat is a fundamental part of being a Descender, and the Abyss Twin chose the Traveler over Tevat that one time, could the Traveler be faced with a choice between AT and Tevat in the end game? Oh, the Abyss Twin. The Abyss Twin and Tevat in the end game. I mean, potentially. I think potentially it will come down to Traveler versus Abyss Twin. I think that will be like a showdown that happens. I don't know if it'll be like a physical fight or like a battle of wills or whatever. But the thing is, like, the Abyss Twin chose Conria in the end. Like, the Abyss Twin cares about Conria, not Tevat. So, to me, the Abyss Twin isn't a Descender for Tevat, but very well could be a Descender for Conria, or at least New Conria at this point. And if you believe the theory that New Conria is the original Conria, in a sort of bootstrap paradoxy sort of way, then, logic still applies. So it's possible. It's possible. But, like, again, this is just how I understand things. Doesn't mean that's actually how it's gonna go. Not exactly important, but since you mentioned Russian dragons before... Oh boy, I'm gonna butcher this. I'm gonna butcher this twice. Miskislav? Miskislav was called Goranich by the Fae? Okay, I don't recognize those names. I would look it up. What am I hoping for when Conria releases as a playable area? I don't know. Like, at this point, I just don't know. At this point, I kind of feel like we never go to Conria. I kind of hope we never do. Like, I kind of hope that I feel like whatever they do with Conria at this point is probably gonna not meet expectations. And the fact that they're already sending us to the moon tells me that they want to accelerate the progression of moving to that towards Genshin 2, which I really have long since thought is going to be held in space. So like I don't know where Conria fits into that. Like at this point I feel like it's just not going to exist. Like it's just going to be a legend. I don't know. I don't know what to expect, but like it doesn't feel right. Your guess is that Conria becomes Tevat? That's possible. It's possible that like there, in Before Sun and Moon, it says that the eggshell needs to be broken for the world to be born. And the eggshell in question is the firmament. So, like, it's very possible it's an Amphoreus type situation, and Tevat isn't technically real yet. There's so many digital aspects to Tevat that I can't unsee the Amphoreus of it all. And Amphoreus was technically a simulation. And when Amphoreus ended, basically the simulation ended. And the idea is that eventually that the data within that simulation will be converted into real memories, and then a real planet with those real people on it will be born from the memory zone. So the place where all memories come from. And I do wonder if maybe not that exactly into that, because this feels a bit too grounded, and also it definitely doesn't look like a computer machine type scenario entirely. But there are a lot of computery aspects to it. So I do wonder if maybe that needs to happen, once the traveler becomes God, because that still seems inevitable. Once a traveler becomes God and they have control over the world, maybe they have to recreate it from scratch. And maybe in that case, Tevat stops being an arc and ends up being a land. One of the like a real world. One of the popular potential interpretations of the name of Conria is I forget the exact translation, but it's something like breath of life. Like it's the Ruah, which is like breathing a spirit into a body. So it would make thematic sense, at least, if you go from an arc, which is what Tevat is basically named after, and you turn it into something that you breathe life into, hence the Conria. But that said, I don't know how that would work. I don't know how it would work. You could use a silver twig to recreate Irminsul. I mean, technically, Nahida is a silver twig. So, I mean, you could just do that. And then Wanderer, in that respect, is sort of like her backup system, given that he is made out of an Irminsul fruit core. That means if fruit contains a seed grows a tree. So, theoretically speaking, he could also grow a new tree. But that really should be Nahida's job. He's just a backup. He's the backup. She's a silver twig, but she doesn't serve as Irminsul. That's not what the Shades said. The Shades did say that she would grow into a fine tree one day. So I do think that she is technically supposed to grow a new Irminsul. Forgive me, I just like Irminsul a lot. That last quest must have really bummed you out then, huh? Do you think it's possible for Dotori to go for the three-peat through some Abyss shenanigans? Three-peat? What? What's a three-peat? Is Aru now growing a tree? No. So here's something interesting about Aru that I've been thinking about. Sorry. This is basically Aru, no? Mount Meru is this inverted hourglass pyramid mountain, right? This is supposed to be the center of the world in is this Buddhist cosmology? Yeah. In Hindu and Buddhist cosmologies. Yeah. And Jainism, but I know very little about Jainism. So like to me, going from a tree to Mount Meru is sort of like fulfilling a prophecy, not in game, but that was set in place by Hoyoverse, right? And it's like, okay, the thing about the mausoleum is that Deshret, I think, also made a loom of fate, in the sense that I believe Mount Meru is sort of like the scaffolding that he left behind that Teyvat can basically mount itself to, and it did. When how do I put this? I have so many thoughts. So many thoughts on Deshi. The thing about the mausoleum is it also represents this. This is effectively what Deshret built. He built a light cone to replace Irminsul. So the bottom mausoleum is the past, right? And the top mausoleum is the future. And the eyeball in the middle of the mausoleum is the observer looking through all of the directionalities of space and time, right? And as you move throughout space-time, this shape kind of remains more or less intact, I suppose. So this being the center of Teyvat's universe means that Deshret basically created an artificial observer that sort of anchors the reality of Teyvat in place, which was originally the job of Irminsul. So it's taking the past from the ground, which in this case would be the ley lines, because that carries the memories and elemental energy of everything that ever was or ever is, right? All the history of the world travels up through the ley lines. That's the past. And it goes into the mausoleum, under which is Aru. And then right here, this is the moment where the past and the future converge. And up here is Aru's shoot or shadow. So it's a reflection. The past is reflecting the future, and the light the eye in the center observes all, and therefore experiences reality. That's probably not what's actually happening, but it is a pretty good, yeah, you get the idea. Oh, look, it even actually talks about Genshin Impact now. It never used to do that. That's funny. Anywho, for that reason, I actually think that Aru completely replacing Irminsul, like almost indefinitely, actually makes sense. Because Deshret always wanted humanity to break free of the shackles of the heavenly principles and for humanity to become the kings of kings. In other words, he wanted humans to rule their own destiny. And in doing this and having Nahida burn down Irminsul and put it into Aru, that dream was fulfilled. And that's pretty cool. Yeah. The sun and moon revolve around Mount Meru, and as the sun passes behind it, it becomes nighttime. Yeah. Anywho, good stuff. You can apply that concept to a lot of things. Yeah. When the pyramid lasered Irminsul, I literally said, "Legasp, it's observing," mid-cutscene. Okay, but the funny thing was, you guys have to understand, when this quest was released, I had just finished recording a script for Star Rail where I was literally talking about how I thought that world system worked and how it worked on like the observer principle of like fixing matter into a set state through interacting with it by observing it. And I was like, wait a second. It just did the thing I was talking about, but for the wrong game. My voice is starting to go. It sounds like the AI won in the end, though. In what? I don't. In where? You mean for Aru? Oh no, my epistemology brain is now thinking about the problem of induction. Can the future really reflect the past? I mean, there's no way to know. There's no way to know. And that's what makes life wonderful. Why are we seeing geometry? Because I like special relativity. Don't you? Do you not like special relativity? Ah, that's so sad. That's so sad. It's very sad. What's my favorite book in game? Probably The Little Witch and the Undying Fire, if only because it's a lot about Durin and also lots of game lore. But it's also not Before Sun and Moon because most people will just say Before Sun and Moon and be done with it, and that's accurate. That's fair. That's valid. But I'd have a much easier time telling you what books I don't like. Vera's Melancholy being one of them. I don't like being forced to confront Vera's Melancholy. I don't like it. Free me! Do I really like special relativity? Yes. It's special and it makes me feel special. Well, it makes me feel relatively special. You know. You know how it goes. I don't feel very special, just relatively special. Where is this island anyway? Also, I have a question. Do you guys think there's going to be a statue of Columbina on the moon? Because like whenever when we've had the permanent events in the past, like the one in now, because that's actually technically that's like the only one we have is the Easy Breezy Resort. That didn't use pyroculi, right? Like it had a whole new Oculus type to collect, right? But the moon still uses nod cry oculi. So does that not mean that there should be a statue of her up here somewhere? You'll give me one of your special relativity lectures? Fizzy, I would take you out to lunch if you gave me a special relativity lecture. I would do that. I might not understand it all, but I would still have fun. The oculi were spread by thieves, so who is accidentally leaving them on the moon? I think that's just a legend, though, isn't it? I think it's just a legend. I don't think it was, like, literally spread by thieves. Unless they were, like, some sort of cosmic thieves. Maybe the Sealies stole it. In which case, maybe the Kuhenki stole it. I don't know. Maybe there's a statue inside the lunar spaceship. Her statues were made too much later to make sense. Well, that's kind of what I'm asking. Because, like, the thing about Columbina is that, like, she time travels within herself. Right? So, like, could she, I don't know. I don't know, man. Where are we going to offer these up? Are we going to have to go all the way back to Nod Cry to offer up our Lunoculi? Are we going to have to do that? Were there Pyroculi in the Natlan Resort? Am I misremembering? I thought they were different. Hold on. Hold on. Did my brain play a trick on me? Okay, what? Okay. Is it not called this? Do you really collect am I imagining things? I might be imagining things. It's okay if I am. The brain is, you know. Huh. Okay. Well, I'm spreading misinformation then. My brain failed me. It really was Pyroculi. Okay. I have to use the Tavad interactive map to check. I just wanted to see if it had it listed as a collectible. But I think it might not list the collectibles here. I guess the oculi don't count as collectibles. The volcano has pyroculi too? Oh, yeah, I guess it did. Well, never mind then. I guess this isn't a problem. It just felt like a problem. I guess this is a problem that isn't actually a problem. All right. Well, I think maybe that is my sign that I am too sleepy. Although the one thing I did want to point out, did you guys notice that this symbol, this pseudo quantum symbol, which is worth noting because like everywhere else in the Hoyoverse, that is the symbol of quantum or sea of quanta. In Genshin though, most recently that symbol has been used to represent Shwequaddle's missing eye. Remember that? The eye of Huitzilopochtli, the control module. I just thought that was kind of interesting. Also, question. Big question. Big question that somehow no one has asked, including me, because apparently I didn't fucking notice. Do you see these statues? Why are they human? Because, like, okay. They're holding moons. It makes sense for them to be moon sisters. Okay? It just does. It makes sense for them to be moon sisters. But this implies that the moon sisters had human forms potentially long before Phanes showed up. And potentially were given those forms by Nibelung himself, which either means that he definitely 100% made them in the image of Voyager and Voyager has a human shape, or something else fucky-wucky is going on. Maybe they're representing lunar envoys. I mean, they could, but the thing is all this stuff was built by dragons, right? This was built by dragons. Why would dragons make human statues on their moon? You see what I'm saying? They could have been made at a later point. I don't think so. I mean, they match they don't differ in architectural detailing. Dragons were enslaved, they weren't enslaved. I mean, the dragons that were enslaved became angels, I suppose is one way to look at it. That's not an entirely accurate representation of what happened, but still. Red boxes are corrupted data there. Yeah. It can't be lunar envoys because they notably consist of an ibis and a horse currently? Yeah, that's true. That is true. Made in the image of Voyager is the only thing that makes sense to me. Unless you guys are right and they, like, Fanies did come in here and just like, yeah, I'm going to add a bunch of lady statues. Because that's possible. But the thing is like, here's the thing. The other statues we see from the unified civilization have goddesses that are holding different objects. The most common one is a cup, which, according to the artifact sets, should represent Asmodee, if anything. She has an empty goblet. So the fact that those statues are holding moons, that's new. We haven't seen that before. Big question is, how do I join the Discord after becoming a member? If you go to the community posts and you click over to the member tab, there should only be one post in the member tab, and it should have instructions on how to do it. But if memory serves, all you got to do is open up Discord and you go down to your profile, and then I think it's app integrations. Is that what it's called? You should see YouTube pop up, and you should just be able to like click to sync your account. It's no matter what you're syncing your account, what account you're syncing your Discord account to, it's always the same. So you can also find the help article on Discord's website as well. But I do have a little mini tutorial on the community tab or the members tab. That one. Oh, yeah. Sometimes, though, because YouTube is weird, sometimes it can take up to 24 hours for YouTube and Discord to like actually talk to each other. Unless we do manual syncs, which we're not very good at doing regularly. We do them sometimes when things break. But if after a day, if you still have trouble getting in, just email me. My email's on my profile. Just make sure to use the one that's not for business. They're labeled. They're labeled. But feel free to email me and I'll just put you in manually if you can't get in. I mean, that technically goes for anybody anyway. If you don't want to go through the syncing process, you can just email me. I just want to make sure that the people who go in there are people and not bots and trolls and stuff like that, you know? That's it. That's all. The membership thing isn't technically a requirement. It's just a very convenient, automated human checker. How's that? Someone said I had to send a message in Ko-fi, which I did a month ago, and I did not get a reply. You sent me a message in Ko-fi a month ago? What? I'll check. I will check that. I don't know who told you to go. You can go through Ko-fi if you want to, but like Ko-fi then technically sends me an email and then I have to go to Ko-fi to do it. So like if you go to Ko-fi, you're just doing an extra step to send me an email. Ko-fi's just there for the people who don't want to give Google money, basically, but who want to like give me a donation. That's what Ko-fi is really for. So you can use it for direct messaging, but it's really just an extra step for emailing. So there's that. If for whatever reason I don't get the email from Ko-fi, then I'll miss it. So just send me an email. It is a way to do it. It's just an extra step. You guys can send it here. You guys can just send me a request here. Just include your YouTube username so I can check and make sure you're a real person. That's all. How much is that domain? What, my domain? It was $10. What do you want? Domains aren't expensive unless you want like the really high-end ones, but I've had this one for ages. Like maybe, I don't know, 15 years, something like that. I do need to check my email. I'll do it tomorrow. I hate checking my email, but I will. How do you join the Discord? Where can you find the link? There is not a link that you can find because putting out a public link means that anyone anywhere can find it, and that leads to a lot of moderation problems. So you can either join the Discord by sending me an email to the email address I just put, or you can use the one that's on my channel profile. Either's fine. Make sure to include your YouTube username so I know you're a real person, and then I just send you an invite. That's one way. The other way is fully automated, and you can become a YouTube channel member. You don't need to stay a YouTube channel member. You only need to do it once, so you can do the lowest tier, which is like 99 cents. Just, it's $1. And then you can cancel right away if you want to. Doing it that way means you can just go to Discord and you can go to your profile, click integrations, and then you scroll down to where it says YouTube, and then you just connect your accounts. It gets you right into the Discord. So that's kind of like the automated way to do it. It's typically faster because I only check my email like maybe once a week because I hate checking my email. But it's also the only way to get in touch with me. So if you don't have my Discord or you don't have access to Discord, or I miss your comment on anything that's on YouTube. So yeah. Anyway, I hope those instructions are clear. If you do join the channel and you're confused on how to get into the Discord, like I said, if you go to the community tab where I put the community posts, you can toggle over and look for just members. And there's only one post under the member tab, and it should be the instructions on how to get into the Discord. So there's that. But I think I'm going to wrap things up. So I will take that one last question that I see, and that's it. It says, thoughts on the glimpse of the Harbinger meeting that we saw. It took me 6 years to realize that Child is the only Snezhnayan in the Harbingers, not counting Puccinella because Fae and Hyperborea. I think Pantalone actually counts as Snezhnayan right now. But apart from that, yes. Child, it's Child and Puccinella and probably Pants. Just those 3. Surprisingly, they're the only 3 that are still, well, not the only 3, but they're 3 of the only ones that are still alive. So that's fun. I'll take care of my emails tomorrow, though, guys. I won't do it tonight because it's getting pretty late. So, if I open my email client, I have to check 6 different email addresses for different reasons, and that takes more spoons than I have right now. So, I hope you all had fun. This was fun. I'm gonna try and get some more guests on the channel for doing these special programs. Not always, but just to keep things interesting. And then also just to do some like random lore chats. Because I do think that sometimes having 2 people, or sometimes 3, is really fun and keeps things interesting and keeps some ideas fresh. Because obviously, if all you ever do is share your own stuff and talk about your own stuff, then you get kind of stuck in your ways. You know what I'm saying? You gotta talk to the other peoples, and you gotta get fresh ideas, and you gotta share. You gotta brainstorm. Cool shit happens when you brainstorm. So I want to do that. We'll see how it goes. And I've got a lot of videos to catch up with from being sick, and having that family reunion really put me behind. I'm like 2.5 weeks behind. It's ridiculous. Anyway. Yeah, okay. Do it for next time. Oh, right. Okay, yeah. That's what I was going to do. I was going to make a list of all the people I thought might be interested in joining me on a stream. I'll do that this weekend. And then I will begin emailing, and I will also check my email tomorrow. So if you send me anything asking for Discord stuff or whatever, I won't get back to you until tomorrow, but I will get back to you. So anyway, thank you all for showing up. I really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. And going to the moon's gonna be fun. I can't wait to see how they rehash the Narcissus and Kreutz quest for a 3rd time. This is gonna be real fun. Okay. I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.